Hi friends, this is the second part of our video. I'd like to show you what we've done so far in the first parts before we continue working on our app. And you can see that actually we can create a sticky note. Yeah, you can see, and we can add something inside a sticky note, something right here. You can see we just added in a text, and you can see we can replicate change in real time. We can resize it in real time. And also we did the same thing for the miniTextEditor. You can see that we can drag it in real time. And also we can apply text formatting to the text right here. I can pass here bold, and we just replicate a change in real time. And also let me show you another thing. You can see if I type here hello friends, you can see that the cursor is moving in real time. This is what we've done in the first part. The cursor is moving right here. If I tap here, I'm gonna zoom a little bit, and then here I'm gonna tap something like what is JavaScript. I'm gonna tap here what is JavaScript, and then you can see what is JavaScript. You can see that the cursor is moving in real time, and I can just apply H1 to it and it works. This is what we've done in previous parts. Also, you can see that we can draw on our board. Let me move my miniTextEditor, and then I'm gonna draw right here a right angle. You can see that we can draw in real time. It works. And if you want to follow the second part, go check it out the first parts, because I can say the first parts represents the 70% of this tutorial. And I can draw even a house. I'm gonna draw a house right here. And then we are going to add a window right here. We have a window, and then you can see, and we can undo and redo things. You can see we can undo things and redo things. Go check it out the first part before moving on the second part. Alright guys, now this is the second part of our video. We're going to start with a quick refactoring within the Wages.ts. And here you can see within the Wages.ts, we have a function init wages types, init wages. We use this function in order to init some components of our app like stickynote, miniTextEditor, cursor, mouse, and drawing. Now, when we call these functions simultaneously at a time, we consume a lot of memory because these functions perform a heavy workload. Now, in order to reduce this heavy workload, we are going to use promise in order to make our function asynchronous. We are going to call this function one by one. If we don't do that, we are going to freeze our browser. Now, in order to avoid this kind of behavior, we are going to use promise. I'm going to get into within the miniTextEditor.ts. We got a function run func sequentially. We use this function in order to run a multiple promise one by one. Now, I'm going to copy this function, and then I'm going to put it within the ureal.ts, and then right now we're going to export it. And if you go back within the miniTextEditor, you can see right now we are getting an error because we haven't yet imported the run func sequentially function. We are going to get into within the Wages.ts. We are going to wrap all these functions within a promise. Well, yeah, I'm going to uncomment this, and then I'm going to wrap it within a promise. I'm going to do this. I'm going to create a promise right here. I'm going to say cons, and then init sticky note like this. And then we are going to pass here return new promise like this. And then here we're going to pass this init wages type for sticky notes within the promise. I'm going to copy it, and then I'll pass it right here. Say resolve, and pass here resolve. Right now I'm going to pass in now like this. We are going to do the same thing for the init wages type for miniTextEditor. I'm going to copy this, and then here I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here init miniTextEditor. And then I'm going to do the same thing for our latest function, which is the init wages types drawing. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to say init drawing. I'm going to pass here, do this drawing. Now, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy all these functions within another file. I'm going to create right here a file within the wages folder. I'm going to name it wages ureal.ts. And then we are going to copy this promise, we're gonna put it within this file in order to make the YJS.ts file clean. And here I'm gonna go ahead, and then here I'm going to copy all these functions. I'm gonna copy them, and then we're gonna copy them first, and then we're gonna import this function within the YJS util.ts file and pass it right here. And then I'm gonna go back within the YJS.ts, and then we are going to copy all these functions. We're gonna move them within the YJS util.ts file. I'm gonna pass it right here, guys. And then we're going to import the YDoc store in order to remove errors. Yeah, like this. And also we're going to import some tabs. Yeah. And then you can see that actually, we got some errors right here. We are going to tap our init sticky notes. We are going to tap this function. First of all, I'm gonna get into within the YJS.ts, and then I'm gonna copy something within it. And here you can see I'm gonna copy these two parameters, and here I'm gonna pass it within the YJS util.ts, and here we are going to pass it right here, guys. Yeah, like this. And then I'm gonna copy this parameter. I'm gonna pass it to the init sticky notes, and then I'm gonna do the same thing for the second function, which is the init miniTextEditor. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. And then you can see that actually we don't have any error. We are going to import another function. Yeah, you can see we got a function right here, replay drawing. I'm going to get into within the YJS.ts, and then we are going to import this composable, the use draw on canvas. And then I'm gonna put it within the YJS util.ts. I'm gonna import it up here. Now we are going to export this promise within the YJS.ts. We are going to add the export keywords before each promise. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to pass it before the init miniTextEditor, and we're going to pass it before the init cursor. Yeah, like this. And then we are going to export also the init mouse, and we're going to export the init drawing function like this. And this function we're going to get into first within the, we're going to go ahead and get into within the YJS.ts. We are going to call our function, which is the run function sequentially. We're going to pass it right here. And then I'm going to import, I'm going to import the init cursor function. I'm going to import the init mouse function. And here, let's see our function. We already imported the init mouse and the init cursor. We're going to import the init drawing and the init miniTextEditor. I'm gonna go back within the YJS.ts, and then we're gonna pass here the init drawing. We're going to import it, and then we're gonna pass also the init mini. We're gonna pass here init miniTextEditor. We're gonna pass it a parameter, which is the miniTextEditor param, and also we're going to import the init sticky note and pass it init sticky note, and then we're going to pass it a parameter sticky note param. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it right here. You can see actually we got a tapping error, init miniTextEditor and init sticky note. This function we pass them a params. That's why we got this error. Now if we go within the run function sequentially, you can see that this function takes an array of promise, but this promise doesn't take parameter. Now, in order to remove this function, we're going to go back within the YJS util.ts, and then here we're going to return an anonymous function. I'm going to copy that, and then I'll pass here return function, and then we're going to put in this promise. We're going to do the same thing for the init miniTextEditor. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to pass it within the anonymous function and pass here, and then return function, and then we're going to pass in this promise. And then if we go back within the YJS.ts, you can see that actually this error disappeared, and we have a file which is clean. We just refactored the YJS.ts, and I'm going to try to get into the browser. We're going to move to the project board page, and then here we are going to load this page, and we are going to load our page quickly because we are going to run these functions sequentially. Alright, yes, now we're going to refactor the canva.ts file. You can see, actually, we got some repetition code within this file. Within the redo function, we select the Canva element, but also we created the context. We do the same thing within the undo, the repetition, And if you scroll up, you're gonna see we did the same thing. Here you can see we select the Canva elements, and also we created again the contest. Now, if we scroll up to the top, you can see we pass to the function adjust Canva size. We pass it to parameter. We did the same thing to the draw grid function. We pass it to parameter. And we do the same thing for the other function located within the Canva.ts. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this to parameter, and then I'm going to pass it to the use draw on Canva function only. And then we're going to remove these to parameter to other function located within the use draw on Canva function. And then I'm going to remove this to parameter here, right here. And then we're going to remove this parameter, in order to avoid the error. We are going to remove, you can see we pass to the track mouse function, we pass the Canva elements. I'm going to remove that. And then we are going to get access to the Canva element via the use draw on Canva function. And we are going to do the same thing right here. You can see we got a function load cache grid. I'm going to remove this to parameter. I'm going to remove them. And then we're going to call it with our parameter. We are going to remove the Canva elements. This line. And we're going to do the same thing within the draw on Canvas. We're going to remove that. We're going to pass to the function track mouse position. We're going to pass it to one parameter. And then we're going to continue. We're going to pass it right here, one parameter. We are going to scroll down again. We are going to remove this to parameter to the adjust Canva size and to the load cache grid. And I'm going to continue. I'm going to remove that right here. And then I'm going to delete these two lines that we just created every time. And then I'm going to remove them from the redo function. And we are going to remove these to parameter to the load cache grid in order to avoid a typing error. Now we are going to create another composable use canvas. And then we're going to move to the tab. We are going to remove the export keyword before the use drawn canvas. We're going to use the use drawn canvas composable inside only the Canva.ts. Now, here you can see that inside the use canvas, we have two functions. The first one, which is the select canvas, it returns a promise or a promise, which returns two elements, the Canva element and the Canva contest. Now, within the init canvas, we wait for the select canvas promise to resolve in order to continue, and then we pass these two elements to the use drawn canvas as parameter. Now we extract the drawn canvas, the undo, redo, and replay drawing function. We pass it to the return statement. Now we are going to move within the project board, and then we are going to import the composable use canvas, and then here we are going to extract the init canvas function. And here init canvas, the init canvas function returns a promise. Now we are going to scroll down, and then we are going to move within the unmounted hook. I'm going to pass here a sync, and then here, in order to get access to the draw on canvas function, we are going to pass here a wait first, and then we are going to call the function init canvas, and then we are going to pass here draw on canvas like this, and then we are going to get rid of the state timer function. And also we get a component right here, undo, redo. This component takes two events, the redo and undo. We are going to use the init Canva function in order to get access to the redo and undo function. Now here you can see here we need to import also within the YJS URL.ts, we need to import something right here. We have an error. And we are going to remove that. We are going to use Canva function instead of the use drawn canvas. And then I'm going to pass it right here. And then we are going to extract the init Canva like this. Now we're going to use the init Canva promise in order to get access to the replay drawing function. And then here I'm going to pass here a sync like this. And then we are going to pass here a wait like this. And then we are going to pass here, we are going to get access to the replay drawing function like this. And here I'm going to wrap that within a parenthesis so that we are going to remove the error like this. Now we're going to go back within the project board, and then here we are going to check if it doesn't have any issue. And then here I'm going to scroll down. And you can see that we just pass here to await. I'm going to remove one, and then we're going to get into the browser. We're going to refresh the page, and then we're going to try to see if everything is going to work pretty well so far. And then here, I'm going to reduce the zoom right here, guys. I'm going to move to 100%. And then here, we are going to try to create a mini text editor. You can see it works. We can create a mini text editor. And also, we can draw something on our board. I'm going to draw a right angle again. Yeah, you can see. I'm going to refresh again because actually it doesn't work pretty well. And then we're going to try to see here. I'm going to do this. You can see, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to create a mini text editor. We can drag it and we can resize it. And here also, I'm going to try to draw something. Yeah, we can draw even a triangle. Yeah, it works. And then we can undo and redo things. And also we can create a sticky note and we can resize it, and then we can add something within the content editable div. Everything is working pretty well so far. Now you can see we have another button right here where we have a cursor icon. We are going to use this button in order to initialize drawing. Now I'm going to go back within my text editor again, guys. We are going to scroll down. We have a component right here, add item. Then if we get into the add item components, we have this li tag with the cursor icon, the cursor image. And here, this is the second button. And we are going to create another event that we're going to pass to the second li tag. And I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to say init drawing. And then we are going to call this function, this event. I'm going to pass it to the second li tag. And here I'm pass here click is equal to emit. We're going to emit this event. We're going to move within the project board page. And then here we're going to pass here this event init drawing. Then I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to pass it to the init drawing function. And we are going to call this function. And the name of the function is draw on canvas. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy that and remove it right here like this. And then we're going to initialize drawing when we're going to be clicking on this button. And then here I'm going to pass here draw on canvas like this. Now we are going to create another component right here. We are going to get into within the pages. We're going to get into within the pages folder. And then here we have a component folder. I'm going to look for it. We have a component. You can see we got project board. And then we have some components inside the project board folder. I'm going to create another component, which is the loading indicator. I'm going to say loading here, loading indicator, Vue. And then I've already created these components. I'm not putting the code. You can see we have a div, and then we pass here some CSS property. Now we are going to import the loading indicator components within the project board page, Vue. And then we're going to pass it right here before the div right here, and pass here loading indicator like this. Now we are going to get into the loading indicator, and then we're going to define a property. And so we're going to use this property in order to show and hide the loading indicator. And so we're going to pass it vbounds. And then we're going to check if the loading property is equal to 2, the value is equal to true. We're going to pass the property of display black. We're going to pass the property of display none. Now we are going to get into within the project board page Vue, and then we're going to pass it a property of loading indicator, and then we're going to pass it true. We are going to use this loading indicator. We're going to use it inside the init.js function. And then we're going to get into the browser first, and then you can see that we just display a loading indicator on our project board is at the middle of our canvas. Now, right now, we are not going to use this loading indicator. We're going to use it later on. And then I'm going to pass here runner false. And then you can see that we just had it. Now, we are going to move to another button right here. When we're going to finish working on the text caption, we are going to use our loading indicator. Now we are going to move to this button right here. Let me show you what we're gonna do right now. I'm now open this image. You can see this is what we're gonna work on, is a caption. And this caption, we are going to use it in order to label things on our boards. Like you can see right here, I write right here, server design. I'm gonna zoom a little bit, server design. And then on this section right here, we got project actions and we got agenda. And we're going to use the T button as a caption. Yeah, we are going to create captions for our board. Alright guys, now we are going to work on the T button. And as you can see on the image right here guys, this caption, it looks like a sticky note. If you will follow the first part of our video, you're gonna see that this caption resembles to a sticky note. It is the same. And here we are going to get into first within the project board. And then you can see I've already created this component. I name it TextCaption. I'm not getting. And then you can see that I just pass in what we just passed in a sticky note component. It is the same. And then if I get into within the text caption, you can see right here, I just passed here text captions. And if I get into within the sticky notes, that view, you can see here I pass here sticky notes. And within the text caption, that view, I pass here delete. Yeah, you can see I pass here delete text caption. And then if I get into within the sticky notes, I pass here delete sticky notes. It is the same. I just change something, the name of some functions and properties. I just change only that. And then I'm gonna go back within the sticky notes, within the text caption. You can see that I've created an interface text caption. I'm gonna click on it. And then we have a file right here, we got text caption tabs, and also we got sticky note tabs. It is the same. I just copy paste and modify the name of some interface, tabs, properties, and function. And so what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to refactor. Because if you follow the first parts of our video, you learn how to create a sticky note. You're gonna see that to create a caption is pretty easy. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to create a folder right here. I'm gonna name it caption. And also I'm going to create another folder. I'm gonna name it sticky notes. Now, what I'm going to do right here, I'm going to refactor the project board. And here I'm going to move the sticky note.ts within the sticky note folder. I'm gonna move also the sticky note tabs. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna do the same thing for the text caption. I'm gonna move that here. I'm gonna move also the text caption within the caption folder. I'm gonna rename it to text caption. I'm passing text caption like this. And then I'm going to move inside it. And then I'm gonna move the text caption.ts inside the text caption folder. We're gonna do the same thing for the miniTextEditor. You can see we got miniTextEditor tabs.ts. We are going to move it inside the editor. You can see we got editor folder. And then within the editor folder, we got editor.ts and we got also the miniTextEditor.ts. And then I'm gonna move the miniTextEditor tabs inside the editor folder. Okay. And also we are going to move right here. We're gonna move within the project board page. And then here you can see, guys, that actually I've already imported the TextCaption component. We got it right here. And then we pass it here, just pass it right here. Let me show you, we got our TextCaption components. And you can see pass it the delete text caption event and the text captions array. And then you can see I've created a composable use drag text caption. Now we're gonna move within the use drag text caption, and then you're gonna see that this class resembles the use drag text editor. The use drag sticky notes, guys, it is the same. We just change the name of some property and functions. It is the same. You can see where we pass here change text caption resize x and y position. And if we get into within the sticky note.ts, you're gonna see change sticky notes resize x and y position. It is the same, guys. And then, yeah, we got all of this class. And then we just pass this function to the return statements. Now we're going to go back within the project data view. And then you can see right here, we just extracted some properties and functions. And then we pass this property to the init.js function. And these are the property of the text caption components. And you can see we pass it the drag text caption, the text caption array, the array text caption, the text caption has event sets. Now I'm going to get into the init.js file within the YJS.ts is where we got the file init.js. And we pass it another parameter, which is the text caption param, and then we tap it with iTextCaption params interface. Now we are going to create a caption, and then here I'm going to click on the T-bar, and you can see that we just created a caption. And I'm going to create two captions. I'm going to pass it right here, and here I'm going to pass it the text, and I'll say house plane, and then here I'm pass here house plane. And for the second caption, we are going to pass here even, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say task, I'm going to say to-do list, like this. And then we are going to create a third caption. We're going to name it, we are going to pass it a caption of agenda. I'll pass here agenda. Here I'm passing agenda like this. Yeah, agenda, I'm going to remove that. And then I'm passing agenda like this. Agenda. And then here like this, we're going to place it right here. And we are going to create also a sticky note. I can pass here sticky note where we got to-do list caption. And then I'm pass it within this range. And then I'm going to change the color. And also I'm going to create a miniTextEditor. We're going to pass it right here. We're going to say within this range, we are going to pass here our agenda. And then I'm going to go to chatgpt.com and I'm going to copy some text right here. And I'm going to pass it within our miniTextEditor for testing purpose. And there we go. All right, yes. Now we're going to create another button. You can see where we got the undo and redo button. We are going to add in another button that we're going to be using in order to clear out our boards, our canvas elements. We are going to use this button in order to reset the boards. And now we are going to get into within the canvas TS. And then we're going to create a function in its canvas. And first of all, we track the array length of the array drawing. And then we pass the array length to the delete function of the Y array drawing. And if we put our cursor to the delete function of the Y array drawing, you can see delete elements starting from an index. And then here you can see this says here the first param is the index at which to start deleting elements. And for the second parameter, the number of items to remove. Yeah, default 1. And here we pass the number of items that we want to remove from the Y array drawing. And that's why we track the length of the Y array drawing. Now we are going to copy this function. We are going to pass it to the return statement in order to get access to it. We're going to pass it right here. We're going to extract it from the use draw on canvas. And also we're going to pass it to the return statement. Now we're going to go at heroicons.com. We are going to cap this icon right here. We're going to name it here. I can cap even a trash icon. And yeah, I'm going to copy this one. We are going to use it in order to represent the button that we're going to be using in order to clear out our canvas elements. And then here, I'm going to get into within the component folder. And you can see we got icons. We're going to put in this icon. We're going to say reset canvas. We're going to name it reset canvas. We are going to copy it, and then we're going to get into within the undo redo component. We are going to add another button, and here I'm going to duplicate this li tag, and here I'm going to pass here reset canvas icon, reset canvas, and then we're going to define this event. I'm going to pass here reset canvas. I'm going to copy it, and then I'll pass it to the define emit macro. And like this. Now we're going to get into within the project book page. And then here we are going to call the function inside the init canvas composable. I'm going to copy that. You're going to pass here init canvas like this. And here, when I'm going to click on the reset icon, we are going to reset our canvas elements. You can see we just reset our canvas elements. Alright, yes, now let's put and use our loading indicator. And then here, I'm going to get into within the Poject-detail. And you can see we got a line right here, new index DB persistence. And we use these lines in order to load our data within the index DB. And then I'm going to copy that. I'm going to pass it within the then chaining function. And then here, I'm going to pass it right here. And right now, I'm going to get into within the YDoc, the tiers. And here I'm going to define a property loading and pass it false. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back again within the YJS, the tiers. And here I'm going to use the YDoc store. And then here I'm going to pass loading. Value is equal to true. I'm going to copy it. And then here, when we are going to finish loading our data from the index DB, we are going to pass here loading is equal to false, like this. And I'm going to pass it above the console.log. And like this, guys. And if we got an error, we're going to catch an error. We're going to catch an error, guys. Console.log.error, like this. Now we're going to move within the project pool page view. And then we're going to pass the YDoc store, the loading property. We're going to pass it to our property loading. Now we're going to get into the browser and we are going to refresh the page. Right now we are loading data from the index DB. And once we got data from the index DB, we are going to hide our loading indicator. And then you can see, we're going to wait a bit. You can see that we just load data from the index DB. Alright, guys, now I'm going to present you the database structure of our app. And now we are going to start interacting with our Laravel app. Now, you can see we got some models that we're going to be interacting with, like users, projects, project Joinees, project sticky notes, project drawing, project miniTextEditor, project text captions. These are the models that we're going to be interacting with. Now, you can see we got the users table. We have the name, email, and the Google ID. We are going to use Google as an identity provider, and we are going to use Laravel passwords for generating the access and refresh token. And we got some fields right here, like the name, email, and the Google ID. And also for the endpoint, we're going to have one endpoint, which is the login, and also the create. We're going to be using the same endpoint. We are going to say login or create. We are going to see what the name of the endpoints that we're going to be using. And we got also the projects. The projects model. We have the name of the projects, the image, project code is we're going to pass you a unique ID of the project is going to be a string, pass a string of, let me say, 10 characters. And also we have the user ID, which is the project owner who has created the project. And we have the project link and pass a project link that we're going to be using in order to invite some people to join a given project. Now we have the project Joinees model. And here we're going to have the project ID and the user ID, the person who has joined the projects. And also we got the project sticky notes. We are going to store in the project sticky notes. We got the project ID and the sticky note data. We are going to store in JSON data of a given sticky notes. And also we got the project drawing. And we have the project ID and drawing data. The drawing data is a huge array. We are going to store this data in JSON formats. And also we got the project miniTextEditor. We're going to do the same thing as for the drawing model. We have the project ID and the editor data. And also we are going to store in JSON data and pass it JSON. And we have also project test caption. And we're going to pass the project ID and the JSON data. And that's pretty much it. Alright guys, now we're going to start working on the authentication. When we are going to click on this button, we are going to be redirected on Google in order to get the authorization. And before we continue, I'm going to add a little design on our login form to make it looks beautiful. And then here, I'm going to add the margin tab of 40. And I'm past here, right now I'm past the background of BG Slate 400. And then you can see I'm going to increase the width of our button and pass here for the width of 400 pixel. And then you're going to see we're going to increase the width. And now we're going to take up the full width of the container of our button. We're going to take up the full width. We are going to pass here W full class, and then I'm going to add a shadow MD and pass here shadow MD like this, in order to add a shadow around our button. And now I'm going to center the content within the button, justify center like this, and then I'm gonna get rid of these backgrounds and like this. Yeah, you can see that actually we got a beautiful button. Now we are going to go at laravel.com in order to install Laravel Socialites. And then here you're gonna scroll down, you're gonna copy this command in order to install Laravel Socialites. Once done, you're gonna continue, and then you're gonna copy this code, and then you're gonna put it within your config file. And I'm gonna zoom a little bit, config file / services.php file. You're gonna put in this code. Now, let me show you what you're gonna do next. And then here, I'm gonna copy this code right here. I'm going to get into within my Laravel app, and then I'm gonna scroll up. You can see we got the config folder. I'm gonna get into within the service folder, the service.php file. And then here, I'm gonna add this line right here. And it's Google. We are going to use Google. You can see at the documentation pass here GitHub, the pass here GitHub. And instead, we are going to use Google, change Google. And also, we are going to create this environment variable. You can see I pass here Google Client ID, Google Client Secrets, and Google Client Callback. And you're going to create this environment variable. I'm going to copy them. And then I'm going to get into within my env file. I'm going to scroll down, and then I'm going to get in, and then I'll pass it right here like this. And now we need to get these keys. You can see Google Client ID and the Google Client Secrets. We need to get these keys. Now, in order to get these keys, you're going to go at Google, you're going to tap Google Auth. And then once you see this line right here using Auth 2, and you're going to click on it. Once you're on this page, you're going to scroll down a little bit. Then you're going to click right here. You can see this section, obtain Auth 2 credential from Google API Console. You're going to click on this link, Google API Console. Once you click there, they're going to redirect you to Google Cloud Console. And then from here, you're going to be able to get the Google Client ID and the Google Client Secrets. Once you're on this page, you're going to click to this button, and then you're going to click New Projects. You're going to continue the step in order to get the Google Client ID and the Google Client Secret ID. And if you doesn't know how to get these keys, you can just follow this video and build and deploy parts 1 CI/CD pipeline with Docker. And then here, video section, you're going to start from this section, 1 hour, 07 minutes, 11 seconds. And then you're going to continue. I teach how to get the Google Client ID and the Google Client Secrets. Once done, guys, here you can see you got a couple of projects. I have the possibility to see my Google Client ID and Google Client Secrets just by clicking on projects. Here I'm going to click on this project. Right here you can see I have the possibility to copy my Google Client ID. And if I want to see my Google Client Secrets, I can just click on the edit button. Now we are going to get into within our command prompt, guys, and then we're going to type php make controller or folder / of controller in order to create the of controller. And now we're going to get into within the of controller, guys. You're going to import this class. You can see I've already imported the user class, the DB class, the of class, the string class in order to generate some IDs. And then I just imported also the socialite package. Now you're gonna create a function redirect to Google, and also we got the create user via Google. And once we go to Google, yeah, Google is gonna redirect us back to our app. We got another function right here. I'm gonna uncomment it, and then we're gonna move it within the user model. You can see I passed the user model. I'm gonna zoom a little bit, user model, and then I pass right here the create user function. It is a static function. I'm not getting to within the user model. And then we're going to put in this function. I'm going to pass it right here. Now for the fillable attributes, guys, you're going to pass the name, email, and Google ID. And then we're going to get into within the web.php, we are going to create these two endpoints. You can see this is the first one, /redirect. When we are going to these endpoints, we're going to redirect to Google. And then once Google redirects us back to within our app, we are going to hit another function, which is the create user via Google. And now we are going to create the migration. We're gonna get into within database folder and then migrations. And then here we're gonna look for user migration. You can see this, the user migration. We have the name, email, and right now we are not going to use the password. I'm gonna pass here nullable. And then here we're gonna create another column, which is the Google ID. I'm passing Google ID like this. And then I'm gonna say it is not nullable. Now we're going to run this migration. And then here we're gonna type php artisan migrate. Now we are going to try out this endpoint /redirect. I'm going to get into within my browser, and then here and pass here the base URL of our Laravel app. We're going to pass the base URL of our Laravel app /auth. Here and pass this /auth /redirect, and then we're going to tap enter. And then you can see that actually they redirect us on Google. And then you can see we got right here, choose an account to continue to Miro clone. You can see this is the name of our app. And then I'm going to click right here. I'm going to use this account. And then you can see sign into Miro clone. And then I'm going to tap continue. They're going to redirect us back within our app. And then we are going to create a new user. We are going to wait for this process to finish. And then you can see they redirect us on the auth /callback. Now, if we get into within our database, I'm going to check the user table. I'm going to zoom a little bit. You can see I have tapped here, select start from users, and we got empty set. The users table was empty. Now I'm going to run this query again, and then we're going to try to see if we're going to have a new user within our users table. I'm going to tap enter, and then you can see that actually we just created a user. Alright guys, now we are going to install Laravel Passport for issuing the access and refresh token. And now we are going to scroll down a little bit, guys. We are going to copy this command in order to install Laravel Passport. You have to make sure you got these two extensions enabled within your php.ini file. And you're going to remove the semicolon before the zip and the sodium extension. Get into your php.ini file, and then you're going to enable these extensions. And if you doesn't know how to do that, go check it out, the second part of this video. Now we are going to continue, guys. And here we are going to configure Laravel Passport within our Laravel app. And then here we are going to add this trait within the user model has API tokens. I'm not getting. And then here I'm not getting to within the user model. You can see I've already added this line has API tokens, then pass it right here. And also we are going to continue. We are going to add this driver to the guards array. I'm going to copy this in order to add, because we are going to authenticate using Laravel Passport. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to get into within the auth.php. I'm not getting to within the auth.php. If I get into within the config folder, move within the auth.php, you can see this is the guards array. I'm going to add this line right there. And we are going to continue again. And now here, I think we already finished this step. And we already do that. We already added Laravel Passport to the guards array. And yeah, now we are going to generate passport keys by tapping these commands. If you want to continue on the doc, you can continue right here, guys. It doesn't matter. And also, we are going to get into within your app, and then you're gonna tap PHP artisan passport keys in order to generate we are going to generate passport keys. And if you want to see where these keys are stored, you're gonna get into within the store folder. You can see this is the storage folder, and then you can see we got the Auth private key. This is the Auth private key of passports and the Auth public key. Once you finish these steps, you're gonna copy this line right here and within your boot folder. Let me do this for token last time. And then here I'm gonna go to the doc again, and right now I'm gonna search for token lifetime. I'm gonna click there, and then here you can see we are going to add these lines within the app service provider within the boot function, and you're gonna get into within your app service provider. Yeah, we got right here. We're gonna get into within the providers, and then you can see app service providers.php. You're gonna get in, and then you're gonna add this line right here. I'm gonna copy them. I'm gonna copy that, all of that, and then I'm put it within my boot function. I'm pass it right here. And also you have to make sure you import Laravel passport class. I'm gonna pass it here, and then lock this, and then we are going to continue with other step. Now we are going to create a client. We are going to copy this line, PHP artisan passport clients. And then here we are going to get into within the command prompt, and then we're going to tap inner. Right here, once we tap PHP artisan passport clients, and they're going to tell you to enter the name, to pass the ID of the clients. And this step right here is optional. I'm going to tap inner, and then what should we name the client? And then here I'm pass here Miro clone. This is the name of our app, Miro clone. And then I'm tap inner. And then where should we redirect the request after authorization? And after the authorization, I'm going to copy a link where we are going to be redirected. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to pass it right here. And now they're going to create a client. And then here you can see they tell us, here's your new client secret. This is the only time it will be shown, so don't lose it. Now we are going to copy this client ID, guys. And then we are going to store it right here. We're going to use it within our Laravel app in order to be authorized. Now I'm going to pass it right here. I'm going to pass here client's ID. And then if we get into within our database, guys, we have right here some tables. I'm going to zoom a little bit. We have of access tokens, of codes, or of clients. These tables are generated by Laravel Passport. You can see. And guys, if you want to learn more about Laravel Passports, go check it out, the second part of this video. You're gonna learn more about Laravel Passports. And then here, within throughout the installation process, you have to make sure you got these tables. You have to install these tables. These tables are generated by Laravel Passports automatically. Make sure you got them within your migration folder. And then you're going to tap PHP artisan migrate to add them within your database. Now, here, in order to see the client that we just created, I'm going to copy the name of the table of clients. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm pass here select. Let me do this so that you can see. And then here I'm pass here select star from of clients, and then I'm tap inner. And then you can see right now we got the ID right here, but things and clean. And then I'm gonna select, and I'll do this select. We are going to select the user ID, the name, the secrets. Yeah, I'm pass here the secrets, and also I'm gonna select also the redirect, and then from here I'm pass the of clients, and then tap inner. And then you can see we just select the user ID, the name of our app is Miro clone, the secrets, and the redirect. And if you want to select to the ID, guys, I'm gonna do this. You're gonna see the ID. I'm pass here the ID like this, and then you can see the ID right here of the client, the user ID, the name, and the secret and the redirect URL. Like this. Make sure you got these tables within your migrations. Now we are going to talk about the authorization code grant with PSI. PSI stands for Proof Key for Code Exchange. It's a secure way to authenticate single-page application or native application to access your API. This grant should be used when you can guarantee that the client secret will be stored confidentially or in order to mitigate the threat of having the authorization code intercepted by an attacker. Now, we see in order to request the access and refresh token, we are going to send to the Laravel Passport authorization server the code verify and the code challenge. If you need to know to learn more about the PSI, the authorization code grant with PSI, go on Google and type this concept right here, PSI, Proof Key for Code Exchange. Now here we are going to use the code verify and code challenge. Now, in order to generate the code verify and code challenge, the offers right here some method that we're gonna be using. We got base64 in codes, and then we are going to pass here the code verify. You can see the code verify is a random string, and then they're gonna be using the code verify in order to generate the code challenge. We are going to send these two strings to the Laravel Passport authorization server in order to get the access and refresh token. Now, we got in our section redirecting for authorization. Once a client has been created, we already created clients, you may use the client ID and the generated code verify and code challenge to request an authorization code and access token from your application. First, the consuming application should make a redirect request to your applications /or/authorization. We are going to redirect to the Laravel Passport authorization server. We are going to create an endpoint. You can see right here, they generate the code verify and code challenge. Then we use the HTTP query builder to create a string, and then here we are going to redirect to the auth/authorization, and then we pass the query string right here. Now I've already do that, and then here we are going to get into within the auth controller, guys. And then first right here, I'm gonna decrease the zoom, and here you can see we got create user via Google. Once we just created a user via Google, guys, we are going to request for the access and refresh token. And then I'm gonna paste this code right here. And then I'm gonna explain you. Now we are going to get into first within the web.php file. I'm gonna get into within the root folder, web.php. And then you can see all of redirects. Once we redirect to Google, we come back from Google, we are going to generate the code verify and the code challenge. And then you can see we are going to log in first, and then here we are going to generate the code verify. Here you can see by using this function right here, create a state is a variable, and then we generate a random string. We use this random string in order to generate the code verifier. And then here we are going to use the code verifier in order to create the code challenge. You can see this is the code challenge. We use the code verifier. Yeah, we pass it right here. And then we are going to generate a query string using the HTTP query builder. We pass it the client's ID, and we already store our client ID right here, copy it, and then you're gonna pass it to the client's ID field right here, pass it right here. The redirect usually is the base URL of Laravel app /app/callback. The callback is gonna be a page that we're gonna create in a bit of a moment within our Vue app. And then here you can see the response type is the code, and the scope you're gonna pass here empty. You're gonna pass the state, the code you're gonna pass here the code challenge, and the code challenge method is this method right here. You're gonna do the same thing as they did on the documentation. I don't change anything. Right here, what I change is the client ID and the redirect URI. And also right here, they're going to redirect us on the authorization server. I just pass here the base URL of our Laravel app, and then /auth/authorize, and the query string right here. Now we are going to get into the browser to see if they're going to redirect us on the Laravel passport authorization saver. We're going to pass here the base URL of our app, and then /auth/redirect, and tap enter. And then here you can see that actually we got an error right here, the roots login. Yeah, Laravel passports want us to be authenticated. That's why they redirect us on the login page. Now here, what we are going to do, you can see I have passed here of login, and this failed to authenticate because we didn't add a field right here. We should pass here the password field. I'm gonna pass here the password field, and then I'm gonna go back within the Auth controller. I'm going to use this code right here, the string random class, in order to generate a password, a random password, and then here I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna name it password. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to use here, we are going to use the hash class in order to hash the password. I'm gonna pass it here, and then colon make, and then we're gonna pass in the password. And also we need to import the string class. We're gonna go back again within the Auth controller. We're gonna add it within the user model, and then I'm gonna pass it here like this. And there's no error. Now we're gonna try it again. We are going to pass here again, here like this. We're gonna pass here base /auth/redirect, and then we are going to tap enter again. And then you're gonna see here they're going to redirect us again on the Laravel passport authorization saver. And then here you can see we got a message authorization request, and Miro clone is requesting permission to access your account. And then you're gonna tap authorize, and then they're going to redirect us on a page. Right, you can see they redirect us on this page. I'm not getting my subline text, and then here you can see they redirect us on the callback page. Actually, we haven't yet created the callback page. Now we are going to create the callback page within our Vue app, and then we are going to use the code right here, the code, this string, which is the code, and the state value in order to get the access and refresh token. And so you can see this is the code, is a huge string, and also we got the state generated by the Laravel passport saver. Now we are going to get into within our Laravel app again. We are going to get into within the source folder, and we're gonna move within the Auth folder within our Vue app, and we are going to create a callback. You can pass here callback page.vue like this, and then we are going to put in some code here. I'm gonna explain you, and here I'm gonna copy that, and here I'm going to get into within the helper folder. You can see we got helper folder. I'm not creating another file, which is the auth.ts. We are going to put in helper functions related to the authentication. And here you can see I've created a login response type, and we pass it the user object, the name, email, and user ID. We pass it the authorization code, the state, the code verifier, and the token objects. We have the access and refresh token. And also we have another function that we're going to be using in order to set this data within the local storage, set user data, and we pass it a login response type is a parameter. And we got get user data. We use this function in order to retrieve data from the local storage. And here we get the data. We check if the use data variable is not null, and then we return this data. Now we are going to go back within the callback page, the Vue, and then here we are going to we import the unmounted hook from Vue. We import the use roots composable, and then once we redirect to this link, guys, you can see app/callback, and we are going to get access to the code using the use roots composable. We pass here roots and then query code, and we store the value of the code within the code variable and the state within the state variable. And then we call another function, which is the set user data that we just created within the auth.ts. We set the authorization code within the local storage and also the state. Once we redirect back to our Laravel app, guys, we are going to use the code verifier, the code value and the state value in order to get the access and refresh token. Now we're gonna move it to Laravel.com, and then you can see the section converting authorization code to access token. Now here we are going to create first of all this endpoint, and then we are going to retrieve the state within the session. We're gonna check if the state is valid, and then we are going to make a request to the authorization server. You can see we are going to pass here the base URL of our Vue app, and then here /or/token in order to request for the access and refresh token. Now we are going to move within the web.php file. Here we are going to create this endpoint. You can see here we just retrieve the state from the session, and then we check if the state is valid. This is what we done right here. And then again right here, after the verification finished, we are going to redirect again to our Vue app, to the token page. We are going to send the code verifier. Yeah, we are going to get into within our Vue app. And right now we are going to create within the Auth folder, we're going to create another folder, another page, which is the token page. I'm passing token page. Now I'm going to put some code within the token page, and then I'm going to explain you how it works. And right now I'm going to copy this code right here, and then I'm going to move it within the helper folder. And right now we are going to create a method that we're going to be using in order to make HTTP requests. And then I'm going to name it make HTTP rec.ts. Yeah, like this. And right, like this, guys. We created this method in this video. Go check it out. And then here, guys, you can see I define right here a union type, HTTP verb type. We have the get, pause, and put and delete. And we have another function, which is the HTTP timeout. And then is a promise. Now we have another method right here, which is the make HTTP rec. It's a generic function. It takes the T input and the T response. We pass it three parameters. The first one is the input, is the string. The second one is an HTTP verb. It can be get, pause, or put. And we have the fifth parameter is the input, is a type of the T input. Now we return a promise here, and then here we just return a promise. Let me show you. I'm not comment this first. Yeah, I'm not comment this. And then you can see we use the fetch function. We pass it the base URL and then / endpoints. And then we pass it an object right here. Within the object, we have the method and then the headers. And here we pass it the content tab, application / JSON, and the body, we stringify the input. And the second promise right here, which is the HTTP timeout. Then we pass all of that within an array, promise.rest. Now, in case we have an error on our server and we don't get a response from our server after 6 milliseconds, after 6 seconds, we are going to throw an error. You can see server error. This is the error that we're going to be throwing. Now, we are waiting for the data right here. It waits, and then that JSON, and then if we got an error, we are going to reject the data. And if we got if we don't get an error, we are going to resolve the data. We are going to resolve the data variable. Now we are going to go back within the token page, and again we got some code again here that I'm gonna explain you how it works. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're going to create within the Auth folder. We're not creating another folder which is the actions, and then we're going to creating a file get token.ts like this. I'm gonna put in this code. And here I'm gonna move these tabs in token tabs. I'm creating another file which is the token tabs like this .ts, and I'm gonna put in these tabs. You can see we have a tab right here, of token input type, grant tab, client ID, redirect URI, code verifier, and the code that we have generated, and also we have the of token response type, and we have the token type, the expires in, refresh token, the access token. This is the data that we're gonna be expecting from our server when we are going to request for the access and refresh token. And also we have the user response tab, the ID, name, and email. Now you can see here on the callback, when we just verify the state, we just checked if the state is valid, we are going to make a NetP request to this endpoint. I'm going to zoom a little bit, and then I'm going to show you we're going to make a NetP request to OO/token. We are going to send the green type, the client ID, the client secret, the redirect URI, and the code. This is what I pass right here to the Auth token input tab. This is the input. You can see it is the same. And then you can see green type, client ID, it is the same. Now we are going to go back within right here. We have the get token.ts file. And here, what I'm going to do, guys, here right now, I'm going to delete that. We are going to import the get user data function. We are going to import the Auth token input type. And then this is the input that we're going to be sending to our server. You can see this is the input. We tap it with Auth token input type. We are going to pass here, we just pass here the client ID. We are going to go back to our server. Yeah, we are going to get into within the Auth controller, and then we are going to copy the user, we're going to copy the client ID, and we are going to pass it to we're going to pass it right here, and pass here the client ID here, guys. And also we pass here the base 0, and then here we are going to call our make it period function, and then I'm gonna call it, and then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna explain you a little bit again. Now you can see that actually we are making two HTTP requests to our server. This is the first one, and then here we pass here OO/token in order to request for the access and refresh token. And this is the second one, and right now we haven't yet created these endpoints. For the second endpoint that we're going to be passing to the promise data array is an HTTP request that we are going to use in order to request for the user data, like the name, email, and the user ID. And then right now I'm going to comment this. We haven't yet created these endpoints. And then here I'm going to import this method set user data. We are going to request now the access and refresh token. And then we are going to redirect to the app / we are going to redirect to, and then we are going to redirect to the project page and pass here projects like this. And then here I'm going to get into within the root folder in order to register the callback page and the token page. We are going to move within the router folder is right here. We're gonna get in, and then here what I'm going to do here, I'm going to copy these roots, and then I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna pass it here 2 times. We're gonna pass here token, and then I'm gonna do this. We are going to pass here the token page. We are going to get into within the Auth folder, and then we're gonna pass here the token page like this. And also we are going to pass here the callback page and pass here callback, and then here I'm gonna pass it as the name, and then here we're gonna pass Auth. We're gonna get into within the Auth folder, and then we are going to pass here the callback page and pass here callback, and then here I'm pass here page view like this. And there we go, we just finished, guys. And now we are going to check something here. We are going to get into now within the token page. We're going to get in, and then we are going to import this function. And then here I'm going to import the get access token and refresh token. Now we're going to publish course configuration within our Laravel app, guys. You can see that actually within my config folder, I got course.php. And then here we are going to pass here this path, and I pass this path to the paths array, and then we pass here OAuth/O. We are going to accept all incoming requests from our Vue app. And then if it doesn't do that, you're gonna get a course error. Now, in order to publish course within your Laravel app, you're gonna type these commands. You're gonna type php artisan config publish course. And then I'm pass the base URL or /redirect, and then I'm tap in again. And then we are going to wait a bit for this process to finish. And now we are going to see, you can see that actually they redirect us to the Laravel Passport authorization saver. I'm going to click authorize button. And then here you can see right now we're on the callback page. And then you can see we got an error right here. We don't found this page. We pass here app/callback page. And then here I'm going to get into within the callback page. We need to change something. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. We are going to get into within the callback page. And then here we pass here the base URL. And then we pass here /. I'm going to see what the base URL returns. And then here we got an error. I'm going to move within the app. Yeah, we have an error, guys. We are going to import the app. We have to import the app constants. I'm going to import it. And then right now we are going to check. Yeah, you can see we pass here the base URL of our Laravel app. And then here we pass here app.base URL. And right now you can see that we got an error. I'm going to check again. I'm going to get in again. And then we pass here base URL. I'm going to copy that. And then we're going to pass it here. Like this. This is how we should pass it in order to avoid the error. And then we're going to go back again within the browser, guys. And then we're going to pass here the base URL of our Laravel app /or/redirect. We're going to tap enter. And then they're going to redirect us on the Laravel Passport authorization saver. We are going to wait a bit. And then right now you can see that we're on the callback page. You can see this is the callback page. I'm going to zoom a little bit. You can see right now we're on the callback page. We are going to wait a bit for this process to finish. Now you can see that actually we're on the token page, and then they redirect us on the project page. And you can see that actually we're on the project page. I can get in the local storage, and then I'm gonna try to check if we just get the access and refresh token. I'm gonna type here local storage .get rm, and then I'll pass here use data. Yeah, this. And then you can see that actually we got the access and refresh token. And we are going to use this access and refresh token to get access to protected resource on our Laravel server. Now, as we already get the access and refresh token, we are going to get also user data. We are going to store user data within the local storage. Now, in order to get the user data, we're going to send the client's ID. Yeah, you can see I just pass here a query, select client ID, user ID from the Auth access tokens table. Now, when we log in we get access to the Laravel Passport authorization server, we store the user ID within the Auth access tokens. Now, we are going to send to the server the user ID, and then we are going to retrieve the user ID. Yeah, we're going to send the client's ID, and then we're going to retrieve the user ID. Now, we're going to use the user ID in order to retrieve the name, email within the users table. Now, we are going to get into within the get token.ts file, and then here I'm going to uncomment this. And then you can see this is the input that we're going to send. We are going to send the client ID, and we are going to pass here the user response type. I'm going to try to see the properties. We have the ID, name, and email. Now here we are going to uncomment this, and then we are going to extract the user property. And also we are going to use the API.php. You can see we got make HTTP function. I'm not getting, and then here I'm going to do this. Right now we got an error right here. Yeah, we have an error. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, we are going to duplicate this function, and then I'm gonna pass it here. And then here you can see that actually the make HTTP function points within the web.php, and we are going to point right now within the API.php file. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it here, and I'm gonna say make HTTP-rec2. We're gonna get into the get token.ts. We're gonna say make HTTP-rec2. The make HTTP-rec2 function points within the API.php file. Now we're going to get into within the API.php, and then we're going to define these endpoints. And then here we are going to get into first within the Auth controller, and then here I'm gonna pass in this function. We're gonna get into within the API.php. We are going to define these endpoints. I'm gonna get in, and then we're going to pass you the HTTP verb is post, and then user data, which is the endpoint, and then we are going to get access. We're gonna hit a method get user data within the Auth controller, and here you can see this is the get user data. We just select data within the Auth access tokens. We just send the client ID. You can see if I get into within the get token.ts, we send the client ID. We use the client ID in order to select the user ID within the Auth access tokens. And then we're gonna go back within the Auth controller. And here we just check if the login user variable is not now. If it's not now, we just select data. We are going to store, we're going to store the user ID within the user ID variable right here. Then we're going to use this ID in order to select the ID name and email within the users table. And then we are going to return the user data like this. Now we're gonna try it again to log in, and then we're gonna check the local storage if we're gonna get the user data within it. And right now I'm gonna go back within the browser. Now I'm gonna pass here the base URL and then /auth/redirect. We're gonna log in again. Yeah, actually you can see that we're on the callback page. We are requesting for the access and refresh token. And then you can see again we're on the project page. I'm gonna go within the local storage. And then here I'm gonna pass here the local storage that get RM use data, and then we're gonna check. You can see that actually we got a property right here, user, and we have the name, email, and user ID. We just select the user data. You can see this is the user data right here, guys. If you don't see, I can zoom a little bit. You can see we got the user data. Alright guys, now we're going to display the name and email of the logged in user. We are going to extract this data within the get user data function. I'm going to call this function, and you can see that this function returns a login response type. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go under the image tag within the image tag, and you can see under the logo right here, I'm going to pass here a UL tag. I'm going to pass in two LI tag. Within the first LI tag, we're going to pass here the username, pass here the username like this, and pass here the name. And also, I'm going to pass in the email of the user and pass the email within the link tag, within the end tag. And then here, I'm going to do this user, optional chaining user, and then we're going to pass here the email of the logged in user like this. And right now, I'm going to create another LI tag. Within the second LI tag, we're going to pass in the logout icon. I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it here like this, and then you're gonna see we got the logout icon right there. And then what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna pass to the UL tag the class of BG White, and then I'm pass it rounded MD, and then I'm pass the class of shadow LG. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. You're gonna see we are going to pass it the class of shadow LG like this, and then here we are going to pass it the width of 250 pixel. Pass here 250 pixel. This is the width, and then you're gonna see. And actually, we haven't yet displayed the name. I'm gonna refresh this page. You're gonna see what we're gonna get. You can see that actually just display the name and email. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna add a padding in the y-axis and a padding in the x-axis, and then I'm say padding in y-axis, I'm passing 2, and padding in x-axis, I'm passing 4 like this. Now we are going to do this. I'm gonna pass in another class of divide y in order to add a line between LI tag. You can see we just added a small line, and then I'll pass here divide y, and then I'll pass here divide gray for the color of the line, divide gray 200, and pass it 200 like this. And also we're gonna pass here the class of absolute, and then right 4 like this. We're gonna move to the right. You can see we got it right there. And also what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass to the LI tag the class of I'm pass it the class of py, which is the margin in the y-axis. I'm pass here 2, and margin in the margin within the x-axis. I'm pass here 4. Like this, I'm going to copy this class and then I'm pass it to the second li tag. Like this. And right now I'm pass here the class of flex in order to display item within a row. You can see, and then for the color, I'm pass here text color, and then I'm say red. I'm choose this red 400 like this. I'm gonna move to 500 like this, and then we got the logo button, and I'm gonna pass the cursor pointer, yeah, to I'm gonna do this, and then I'll pass it the class of cursor pointer to add a hands when we're gonna over our li tag. And here I'm gonna pass over, and then I'll pass bg gray and pass bg gray 400, and then we're going to add a gray color. I'm gonna reduce and pass a bg gray 100, even slate, and pass bg slate, like this, but it doesn't look clean, and I'm gonna remove it only, and instead I'm pass the over variant to the cursor pointer on the over. When we're gonna over the li tag, we are going to add the cursor pointer. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it to the first li tag like this. And then for the link tag, I'm pass here the class of text blue, pass it text blue, and then here I'm gonna pass text blue 500 like this. Right now you can see that we got a beautiful li tag. Now we need to add the margin tab to the ul tag, and pass here the margin tab of 4, margin tab, and then I'll pass here 4, and then you're gonna see I'm pass here 5 to move it down a little bit, like this. And for the image right here, you can see we got the image. I'm gonna add a variant on it, and then here I'm gonna come right here. I'm gonna say this on hover, we are going to add a border. On hover, we are going to add a border. We're gonna pass here blue color, and then 500 like this. And also you can see we just added a border. Now we are going to create a component for this ul tag. I'm going to get into within the component folder, and then I'm gonna pass in a component user menu.view like this. Then we're gonna get in, we're gonna pass here the template tag and the script tag, and we're going to go back within the project page, and then we are going to copy this ul tag. We're gonna put it within the user menu like this, and pass it right here, and we're going to import the log response type. And you can see that this component has two props. Show menu is a Boolean property. When we're going to be clicking on this button, we are going to show this ul tag, this user menu component. And also we pass it the user data. And now here we are going to pass here an event is a promise. We're going to return a promise and pass here a promise like this. And then we are going to emit this event. Now you can see that actually we got some errors, and here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass here user instead of user data, and in order to remove the error. And now we got also the second li tag. We are going to pass here an event. On click event, we are going to emit the logout function like this. Now we're gonna go back within the project page, and then we are going to import this component, which is the user menu. Import user menu. I'm gonna pass it right here, and then we're gonna pass it under the image tag and pass here user menu. I'm going to create a function right here, logout. We're gonna pass it to it, and also I'm gonna say console. Right now, we're gonna pass it console, and also we're going to create a reactive property cons show menu, and then I'll pass it to ref, and then we're going to import ref from Vue. And the default value of the show menu reactive property, we're gonna pass it false. And then we are going to create another function, show user menu, like this, show user menu. And then we are going to change the value of our show menu reactive property. And then show menu, we're gonna do this, that value is different from show menu.value. And if it's true, we are going to change the value to false. If it's false, we are going to change the value to true. And now we're gonna call the show user menu. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it. We are going to pass this function to the image right here. When we are going to click on this div, we are going to show the user menu. When we're gonna be clicking on the image, and then here I'm gonna do this and pass here a click. On click event, we're going to call the function show user menu, and then we are going to pass this property show menu reactive property. We're gonna pass it to the user menu, and then here we're gonna pass it right here like this. And also we're gonna pass it the logout function and pass here logout like this is equal to logout. And we are going to pass we're gonna pass also the user data. We're gonna pass here the user, which is this variable right here where we store, which returns the get user data. Now you can see we haven't yet passed something within the user menu, that view. And here I'm going to pass here a vshow directive, and then we're going to pass here show menu. We're going to pass this property to the vshow directive. And then if the value is true, we are going to show these components. If the value is false, we are going to add these components. And then here I'm not getting to the browser. I'm not refresh. Here you can see actually we hide the menu, and then when I'm gonna click on the avatar, we are going to show up the menu. You can see we just show up the menu, and then if I click right here on the logout button, we are going to log out the user. And then in order to check, first of all, what I'm going to do here within the project page, and here I'm going to do this to the logout li tag and pass here even a hover variant. And then I'm gonna say bg gray 50, and I'm gonna say again bg gray 50. I'm gonna do that bg gray 50, yeah, bg gray 50 like this. And then here we're gonna check. We're going to check. Yeah, I'm gonna click right here. Yeah, we made a mistake, guys. We are going to get into, instead we're gonna get into within the user menu is where we're gonna do this. I'm gonna pass to the logo. I'm gonna pass here a hover, and then I'll say bg gray, and then I'll pass here 50 and round it md like this. And then we're gonna check again, and then you can see we just added a bg color right here. Now when we're gonna be clicking on the logout button, we are going to log out the user out of the system. Alright guys, now let's work on the logout endpoint. We're going to get into, again, we're going to get into within the project page view. And then here, I'm not pressing some codes, and then I'm not explaining you guys. Okay, let's go. And right now, I'm not pasting some code right here. And right now, we got some code right here for toast notification. We are going to use toast notification library in order to show message. Now, first of all, you need to install the toast notification library by tapping this command, npm install Vue toast notification. You're going to tap this command. Once you finished installing the toast notification library, you're going to import it within your app.ts. I'm going to get in the app.ts. I'm going to scroll down app.ts, and then I'm going to pass it right here. And then we are going to pass it to the Vue instance. I'm going to pass here app the use, and then I'm gonna pass the toast notification. Now we're gonna go back within the project page, the Vue, and then here we are going to copy this code. I've already created these methods, and then here we are going to get into within the helper folder. We're gonna scroll up, and then you can see we got helper folder. We're gonna create toast notification.ts. Pass here toast notification.ts like this, and then you're gonna put in this code. Now we're gonna get into within the project page view again, and then here I'm going to remove this function. We have a function right here, log. I'm gonna remove that, and then we're gonna stay with this one, and we're going to import the ATP2 rec. Yeah, because we need to point we need to point to the API.php file. And also we are going to import the success message from the toast notification file and the show error function from the toast notification file like this. And then here I'm going to pass here to make ATP rec 2. Now let me explain the logout function. And so you can see that we just retrieved the user ID from the local storage, and then here we pass here make it preg2, we are going to send the user ID to the logout endpoint. And then if we just log out the user, we are going to redirect to the login page. And also, I'm going to get into within my database. And then here you can see we got a table right here of access tokens. When we log in a user, we create a user, we register, we create a row within the auth access tokens table. Now we are going to remove this user within the auth access token in order to log him out. That's what we're gonna do. And then here, what I'm going to do, first of all, we are going to create an endpoint, the logout endpoint. We are going to move within the API.php, and this endpoint should be secured. We just wrap it within the auth middleware of current API. And if I get into within the config folder of, and then we are going to pass here the middleware is API. You can see is passport. We're going to be using passports. And then here we are going to say the logout endpoint is going to be a secure endpoint. And then we're going to move within the auth controller in order to create it. And then here we got it right here. We are going to send the user ID. And then we are going to delete the user within the auth access token. And then we're going to return a message user logged out. Like this. Everything is easy right now. And then we're gonna get into again within, we are going to go back within the project page view. And then here, once we log out, we are going to go to the login page. And we have another function, try logout. And the goal of this function is to try to log out, is try to check if the user is logged in within the system. And we are going to send to the logout endpoint an ID of the user, an ID, the user ID property, and the value is going to be undefined for verification purpose to check if the user is logged in within the system. And if the user is not logged in within the system, we are going to throw him out of the system. And then we are going to, you get a function right here, show error. We are going to check if the message is not authenticated. And then we are going to do window.location. And then we're going to move to the login page again. And then we're going to clear out the local storage. Now we are going to create a folder right here. I'm going to pass first the try logout function. I'm going to pass it to the unmounted hook. We are going to import the unmounted hook from Vue. And then I'm going to copy these two functions. I'm going to copy them, and then we're going to put it within a folder right here. You can see we have actions folder. I'm not creating another folder, which is the HTTP folder. And then we are going to put in these two actions. The first one is logout.ts, and then I'm putting the code. And also I'm going to create another action, which is try logout.ts, like this. And then I'm putting this code. I'm going to import the show error function and the make it period function like this. I'm not getting to within the logout.ts. I'm not import the show errors, the success message function in the show error message function, and like this. And we are going to import also the make it period function, like this. And also I'm going to pass the user ID as a parameter to the logout function. I'm passing user ID. And I'll say the tab is gonna be a number, and then I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it when we're gonna be calling the logout function. We are going to pass it the user ID, and also gonna try to check within the try logout function. Everything is okay right now. I'm gonna get into again we're gonna get into the project page view, and then here we are going to call the function try logout. We're gonna import it from the HTTP folder, and then here I'm gonna do import. I'm gonna do this import try logout, pass here try logout, pass a try logout from. We are going to get into within the actions folder, HTTP folder, and then we are going to point to the try logout.ts file like this. And then here I'm gonna pass this the name of the function try logout like this. Now you can see we have the user menu components right here, and we are emitting an event which is the logout. Now we are going to import another function which is from the ATP folder, which is the logout function. I'll pass here logout, and then here I'm gonna pass here logout, and we're going to pass here logout like this, and then we're gonna pass it the user ID, and then I'm gonna pass here user, that's user, and then we're gonna get access to the user ID like this. And that's good, guys. Now we are going to try to log out the user. I'm gonna get into the browser, guys, and then I'm gonna refresh the project page, and then you can see actually we got an error. I'm gonna get into the console, and then we are going to fix the error. And you can see the request module, logout does not provide an export named logout. Now we're gonna fix this error. You can see we got right here an error. I'm not getting to within. We are going to pass here export like this, and also we need to get into within the try logout. We're gonna pass here to export. In order to remove the error, and again we are going to refresh the page, and then there we go. Now I'm going to click on the button logout, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Right now you can see failed to fetch, and then here right now I'm going to change also the color of the logout menu. You can see I'm gonna change the color to red, and then here I'm gonna pass here to the nav bar. I'm gonna scroll down, and then here I'm gonna pass the color text red, and then I'm pass 500 like this. And then if I click, I'm gonna add also an event on it. On click events, here I'm gonna do this. We're gonna pass an event to the li tag on click, and then we're gonna pass your logout, and then we're gonna pass the user ID. Like this. We just pass the user ID, and right now we got an error, and then I can just like this. We got an error, and right now you can see the user ID is a string, but we says the user ID is gonna be a number. And then here we are going to fix this typing error in a bit of moment, guys. Don't worry. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get into within the logout, and then here I'm gonna say the type is gonna be a string. We are going to send a string, and then here I'm gonna pass here parse int like this in order to remove the error. And here we are going to say like this, and you can see this is the type of, you can see this is right here, the type of the ID, it can be a string or undefined. I'm gonna copy that, and again we're gonna go back within the logout function, and then I'm pass here it can be undefined. And right here, in order to remove this error, I'm gonna assert the ID as a string like this. Now we just fixed the typing error. Now we are going to move to the login page. I'm gonna get into within the Auth folder, and then I'm gonna get into within login page view, and I'm going to create a function that I'm gonna pass to the backend. And then here function login, and pass here login with Google, and pass here with Google. And then here we're gonna pass here window that's location that's href, and then is equal to, we are going to pass here the app constant, and then we're gonna pass that base euro, and then here we're gonna pass /app we're gonna pass here /auth /redirect like this. And then we're going to copy the login with Google function. We're going to pass it to the backend. Here I'm passing on click. We are going to call this function. And now I'm going to move to the login page. I'm gonna go to the login page. I'm going to refresh the page. I'm gonna pass here /login. Like this. And then we need to change something, guys. We are going to move within the logout function. I'm gonna get into within the show error function. And then here we should pass here login, and also we're gonna get into within logout and pass here /login too. And now I'm going to click now on the login with Google button to check. I'm gonna click on it, and then we are going to request for the access and refresh token to the Laravel passports server. And then here you can see right now we're on callback page, and then we are requesting for the access, and then you can see we're on the login page, and then we got a message right here, failed to fetch. Now we are going to fix that. I'm gonna try a logout. I'm gonna click right here. You can see we got an error, failed to fetch. I'm gonna get into within the console, and then we're gonna try to fix the error, and then I'm gonna click logout, and then you're gonna see we got an error here, guys. We got a course error. Maybe we don't send the token. I'm going to get into within the make HTTP rec, and here, guys, we are going to pass here const. We're going to create a constant. I'm gonna do this const user data like this, and then we are going to call the function get user data. And here we are going to, for the authorization key, we're gonna pass here the token and pass here user data, and then we are going to get access to the token key, and then I'm pass here the access token. And right now I'm gonna refresh the page, and then we're gonna try to log out the user again. And now I'm gonna close this, and then I'm gonna click logout, and then you can see we got a message user logged out. Yeah, everything is working pretty well. And then I can log in again within the system. And then you can see we are going to log in again within the system. And then right now we are going to request for the access and refresh token. We're on the callback page. Then right now we are going to log in again within a system, and everything is working pretty good so far. Now we are going to create a project. Alright, yes, now we are going to create the project model, and now we are going to use the project model in order to create a given project. And here I've already created a model right here. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna show you how it looks. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm going to get into within my project page, that view, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm passing the model right here, and I'll pull the start tag out of the template tag. And then you can see this is how the model actually looks. And now I'm going to create a dynamic model because this model right now is difficult to manage. We are going to remove it. We're going to remove it right here, and like this, we're going to remove it, and then we're going to create a dynamic model. I'm going to copy a dynamic model, and here we are going to get into within the component folder. You can see we got components /icons. I'm not creating another folder, which is I'm going to pass you a base component like this, and then within the base components we are going to put in the base model. I'm going to say base model.view, and we're going to put in our model. And you can see we pass it a prop. You can see we pass a prop. The type is a Boolean value. If the value is equal to true, we're going to show the model. If the value is equal to false, we're going to hide the model. And here we pass here visual is equal to the show property, and we pass it the close model events. Our model has an error. This is the error of our model. Our model has the body. This is the body of our model. I'm gonna add here space. This is the body. And then here, right now, I'm gonna remove this contents right here. I'm gonna pass it within my Sublime text. And then here within the body, we're gonna pass in a slot. And you can see within the error, we're gonna pass in a slot too. Now, let me explain what is a slot. A slot is an outlet to a component. Take it as a parameter. We are going to pass the data right here within the header. And via the slot, it's like we define a parameter to a function, and then we are going to pass its data. And that is the case right here. We define a slot, and the name is the title. And here we're going to pass in the title within the header. And also we have the model, and within the model body, we are going to pass in a slot body, and is where we're going to put inputs of our model. And also we got the folder. Within the folder, we don't pass any slots, but I think later on we're going to add in a slot too. Now we are going to get into first within the component folder. I'm going to scroll down. You can see we got right here, we have the admin folder, and then we're going to get into within the component folder. And within the component folder, we got projects. I'm not creating project model like this, that view. And then I'm going to pass here the script tag. Then I'm passing the length is TS, yeah, like this. We're going to pass here the length, is TS, and then I'm going to pass it the setup attributes. We are going to import the base model, import base model, and I'm going to pass here the template tag like this. Now wrap our base model within a div tag base model, and then here I'm going to do this and pass here base model like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass within the base model we are going to pass in a template tag, so that we are going to pass in a template tag, and then here via the template tag we are going to be able to specify the name of the slot. And then here I'll pass here the name of the slot is the title. I'm passing the title, and then I'm gonna duplicate it, and then we're gonna pass here the body like this. And you can see we have a typing error. We are going to pass to the base model a property. I'm gonna create right here. I'm gonna create a property using the define prop macro, and here I'm gonna copy it right here, and then here I'm gonna pass here show model like this, and then we are going to pass here the show property, and then I'll pass here props that show model like this in order to remove the error. Yeah, like this. Now I'm going to refactor this page, and actually we don't have any error, guys. I'm gonna check a little bit, and then here we pass here the base model, and you can see that actually we got an error right here. You can see invalid tag, and here I'm gonna copy that and pass it here, and then we are going to refactor this page, yeah, like this, and then we don't have any error. Now you can see we have here the title and the body is where we're gonna pass the HTML. For the title, I'm gonna copy the H1 that we got right here. I'm gonna copy that. And then I'm gonna pass it within the template tag. And here we're gonna pass here the H1, pass here the class, and also we are going to pass here, we're gonna pass to the body, to the slot body, the input. And then I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna uncomment this. We pass in the input, and then here I'm gonna refactor again like this. Now we are going to import this component, the project model component. We're gonna import it within the project page. And now I'm gonna get into within the project page right here, and then I'll pass here import project model, and then we're gonna pass it here. I'm gonna pass it here, even right here, and then you're gonna see how it's gonna looks. And here I'm passing project model like this, and then here we're going to create a constant right here, a reactive property, and say show model, and then is equal to ref. The false value we're gonna assign it false, and then here I'm passing the property show model, and then is equal to the show model reactive property. And right now I'm gonna pass here true in order to check if we are going to display our model. And here I'm gonna get into the browser. You can see we just display our model, but we don't pass it the header and the body. I'm going to refresh to see if we are going to pass it the header. You can see we don't pass it the header and the body. It doesn't work. Now we are going to fix that. We are going to get into again within the base model, and here you can see pass here the slot name is the title, and here we pass here the body. Now let's get into within the project model view, and then we're gonna check a little bit. We just pass here the title, and here in order to define a slot we are going to pass here this syntax. I'm gonna try this syntax in order to see if we are going to display the body of the yeah, you can see we just display the header, and also I'm gonna pass this syntax right here in order to display the HTML within the slots. And again, I'm gonna get into the browser, and then you can see we just display the title of our model, and also we display the body. Now we are going to create a function that we're gonna be using in order to show the model. I'm going to get into again within the project page, and now I'm gonna create right here function show project model like this. And then here we are going to do this. We are going to copy this. I'm gonna copy that, and we are going to pass here show model. We are gonna pass here show model that value is equal to true, And then we're going to call this function. We're going to pass it to the first car. You can see we got a car right here. On click, we are going to show this model. We're going to pass here, show project model, like this. And then I'm going to get into the browser again. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to pass here the value of false. And then we're going to check if we are going to show up the model. And then here I'm going to click show the model. You can see we just showed the model. Now we need to hide the model when we click on the close button. Yeah. And here, in order to close the model, we are going to get into within the project model. We are going to define an event here, guys. And I'm going to copy something within the base model. I'm going to copy the define emit macro. I'm going to copy it. And then I'm put it within the project model. And here we're going to say close model. And here, right now, we don't have another slot. We're going to create another slot. We're going to name it footer. And then here, I'm going to go back within the base model. I'm going to copy these slots. And then we're going to pass here another slot. We're going to name it footer. I'm going to pass here footer like this. And then I'm going to copy these two buttons. I'm going to import them within the project model. And here I'm going to do this. I'm going to duplicate that. And then we're going to pass it within the footer slot. I'm going to pass it footer. And here I'm going to pass these buttons within the footer slots like this. And here you can see we have an event close model. And we are going to change the value of the model to false. And now I'm going to get into within the project page. We are going to create another function close model like this. And here I'm going to pass here the value of false. And then we're going to pass the close model function to the project model. We are going to get into the browser, guys. And then if we click on the first car, we can open our model and we can close it again if we click on the close button. Yeah, you can see it works pretty well. Now we are going to we are going to add validation to our model. We are going to use Vue Validate. Go on Google and type Vue Validate. You're going to land on this page. And then in order to install Vue Validate, you're going to copy this command. If you're using Yarn as Node Package Manager, you're going to copy the second command. Now, we are going to scroll down a little bit, guys. And then here, I'm going to explain you how to use Vue Validate. Now, on this section, alternative syntax composition API, we are using Vue Composition API. I'm going to show you how to use it. Now, here, this says the first thing we have to import the Vue Validates. And also, we are going to import the require and email validators. We are going to import them. I'm going to get into within my project model. I'm going to pass it right here. Yeah, like this. The second thing is to create a reactive property. This the state is the input, and we pass in an object, the first name, last name, and also we create another object which is the rule. We assign it validators. You can see it says the first name is going to be required, last name is going to be required, and the contact we have email property. We're going to say it's going to be required, and the value is going to be type of email. Now we're going to do the same thing right here. I've already do that. I'm going to copy that here. And then I'm going to pass it within my project model. I'm pass it right here. Now we're going to continue. And after that, in order to make validation, we are going to pass the rules objects and the input, which is the state, to the use validate composable. We're going to pass it to this. We're going to pass it to the use validate composable. And now here you can see we have right here the use validate composable. I pass it the rules and I have to pass it the input. I'm going to create an input right here, const. I'll say project input, and then I'll create a reactive property using the ref function, and then I'll pass here the name, and here we're gonna pass it to the user ID. Yeah, right now I'm gonna pass here now, and then we're going to import the ref function from Vue, and then we're gonna pass here project input that value like this. Now we remove the error. Now we're going to make the validation, and here we got a function right here, validate. I'm gonna copy it, and then here when we're gonna be clicking on the save button, we are going to run the validation on the input. Now we are going to wrap our input within the error component. You can see we are going to add now validation to our input. We need to display validation message. Now we are going to go at the doc again. You can see on this section, we was right here on this section. Now we're going to scroll down again. We're going to move to this section. On this section, they explain how to pass the errors to the inputs. Now you can see this is the input. I'm going to zoom a little bit. You can see this is the input. And then we are going to pass here the v constants that first name. First name is a property of the inputs. And then here we are going to iterate through the error property is an array. I'm going to create an error component. And I explain here, I'm not copy that right here. I explain how to create this error component in this video, in this video, in this video. In 3 videos, I explain how to create these error components. I'm gonna copy it, guys, and then we are going to get into within the component folder, base component folder, and then I'm gonna say right here error.vue like this, and then we are going to import these components within the project model, and then here I'm gonna move up, and then here I'm pass here import error from components, and then we are going to wrap our input within the error components, and then here do error like this. Then we are going to pass the error components an array of error. We are going to go at the doc. I'm gonna copy that right here. I'm gonna copy this, and then here you can see we are going to pass it a property. We're gonna pass it errors. I'm gonna pass here errors like this, and then I'm gonna assign it the $, and then here I'm gonna pass here the name, and you can see we got the name right here is a property of our inputs. And here I'm gonna pass here that's errors. I'm gonna remove the length like this, and then you can see the error disappear. Now we are going to create also another base component that we're gonna call base inputs, and here I'm pass here base inputs.vue. Yeah, I teach how to create these components in this video, in this video, in this video. Now it is simple to create, and then here I'm gonna explain a little bit again. And now here you can see this the tab, and we pass the model value, and we define an event update model value, and then we create a function update value. Now when we are going to tap in within the inputs, we are going to assign to our inputs the value. We're going to assign it the value. You can see we create a constant val, and then we do event that target that value. Under the hood we have an event called update model value within Vue. This event is used for inputs. We are going to use this event in order to update the value of the inputs. And we are going to get into now within the project model. We are going to pass this input right here. I'm going to import it first. I'm going to import, then I'm passing base inputs like this. And then we're going to pass it here. We're going to pass it within the error component. So I'm passing base input like this. And then we are going to pass here v model, pass here v model, and then I'm passing project inputs that name like this. And now I'm going to call the validate function. I'm going to pass it to a button. You can see we have a button, save button. I'm going to pass it here, and then it's equal to validate. And if the validation pass, we are going to make an HTTP request to the server. You can see we pass here HTTP rec, and then we are going to reset the validation. Now we are going to create the project model. We are going to get into the command prompt, and then here I'm gonna shut down first my Laravel server. I'm gonna shut it down, make model, and then I'm say project model, and then I'm gonna tap inner. We just created the model. We are going to create also the controller, PHP artisan make controller, and then here project controller. And now we are going to add fields within the migration. And then we got the project model right here. I'm going to add these fields. We are going to have the name, the image, we're going to say nullable, the project code, the user ID, and the project link. Now we are going to type PHP artisan migrate to create to migrate this model. We are going to get into right here, we have the model. Then we are going to add the protected guarded property on the project model to add more sustainable fields. and then I'm not assigning it an array. It means we can assign multiple inputs at a time to our project model. And now I'm gonna get into within the project controller here, and here we are going to import the model. And here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy all of that, and then I'm gonna put it within the project controller. We are going to pass here the project model, and also we're going to import the DB class. We are going to get rid of the Auth class. We're going to use the string class in order to generate a code, a random code, and also we're going to remove the socialite class. And now we're going to create a function right here, public function, and then I'm going to say create projects, create projects like this. We're going to pass it the request class, and then here the request variable. And now we are going to use the validator class in order to perform validation on our model. And then here I'm gonna copy these codes plus to perform validation to a given model. I'm gonna define right here a variable, and then I'm gonna say request all. We are going to validate the name and email. And then if these inputs are not valid, we are going to return an array of errors. And here we are going to create a project. Now we generated a random code for a given project. We passed here the string class and the time function. And now we are going to pass here the project link. And right now we're going to pass only the base URL, and then we're going to modify it later on. And then we just created projects. We are going to return a message to our clients, and project created, and with a status of 200. Now I'm going to create another method. The second method we're going to be use it in order to update a given project. And then I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy all of that, and then I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to pass it here. And here I'm going to pass update projects. Yeah. And we're going to request for the name and email again. And here for the inputs, I'm going to pass here only the user ID. I'm going to pass here only the name and the project link only, like this. We are going to update the project. And I'm going to get rid of that. And then we are going to return a message, project updated successfully. Pass here projects updated successfully, like this. And then we are going to move within the API.php. We are going to create these two endpoints. And right now, I'm going to scroll down, and then we're going to get into within the API.php. And here, I'm going to copy that. And then here, we are going to import the project controller. I'm going to copy it. And then we're going to pass it within the API.php. I'm going to import it right here. And right now, I'm passing projects. And then here, I'm going to pass the project controller like this. We just imported it. You can see we got it within the API.php. And we are going to point to a method right here, create project. I'm going to copy it. And then I'm going to pass it to the endpoints. And I'm going to duplicate this endpoint. And then we're going to pass here put for update, which this is the HTTP verb that we use in order to update a given project, a given model. Now we are going to change also the methods. I'm going to go back within project controller, and then we are going to copy the update projects. I'm going to copy the function, and then we're going to pass it here like this. Now we're going to create a third endpoint that we're going to be using in order to get a list of projects. And then here we are going to get into within projects controller again. And then this is the method get projects, and then we paginate by 10. And now we are going to go back within the API.php, and then we are going to pass here these endpoints. I'm going to copy that, and then we are going to pass here the get HTTP verb in order to get data. Yeah, and everything is okay so far. Now we are going to interact with the project's endpoints. Yeah, we have 3 endpoints. I'm going to get into within the actions folder. We have the actions folder. Now we are going to create action related to the projects page. And I'm going to create the first one is create or update projects. Create or update, or update projects.ts. And here I'm passing you this. I'm create or update project.ts. Now I'm going to put in this code, and we're going to create a second action, which is the get project.ts. Yeah. Now we're going to start with the create or update projects. And here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a project store. We are going to use a Pinia store because we need to centralize the project's inputs. And then what I'm gonna do is to get into within the store folder, and then I'm not creating the project store. I'm passing project store.ts, and then I'm gonna put in this code. You can see we created an interface. This interface is I create or update projects, and then I'm gonna import it first. And we have this interface within the create or update the TS file. We got it, and we are going to send the ID, the name, and the user ID. Now, for the post endpoints, for the create endpoint of the project, we are going to send the name and email. And we are going to send the name and the user ID. If we need to update a given project, we're going to send the ID, name, and user ID. Now, we're going to go back within the project store. And here we have these inputs right here, ID, name, and user ID. And here we have another property, which is the edit. When we are going to pop up the model, the value of the value of the edit reactive property is going to be false. But if we try to update a given project, we are going to change the value of the edit reactive property to true. Now we are going to go back within the create or update project.ts. And here we are going to import, first of all, the use project store. And then here I'm going to create a loading property. Then we are going to change the name of the project. Here I'm going to pass here create updates projects. Create here I'm passing create updates projects like this. And we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna copy this and then I'm pass it to this function. Yeah, like this. And you can see the create updates project function takes the input and the edit, which is a Boolean property. Now we are going to import the get user data. We are going to take data from the local storage. And then here you can see that we specifically take the ID, the value of the user ID, and then we assign it to the input. We created another constant, which is the data, and then we got two functions right here. The first one is to create a project. We are going to send a request via the post-HTTP verb. Yeah, for the first function right here, create, we're going to pass the URL and the inputs. And for the second function is to update the project. We're going to pass it the URL, which is the string, and the inputs. And you can see the HTTP verb is put. Yeah, you can see. Once, if the edit property is the value is equal to true, we are going to update a project. If the value is equal to false, we are going to create a project. And you can see right here, we got an error. We are going to move within the project store, and then we're going to return also the edit reactive property. We're going to pass it to the return statement. And then here, the error is going to disappear. We just initialize the input right here. If one of these requests is completed successfully, we are going to show the message like project created or project updated. And also we are going to change the value of the loading reactive property. And if we got an error, let's say we send an invalid input from our Laravel server, we are going to iterate through this array. Is a type of array. You can see I just tap it like this. And then we're going to check first if it is not undefined. And then here we are going to iterate through this array, and then we are going to show the error. Now here we are going to pass to the return statement the create update function. I'm gonna copy it and then I'm gonna pass it here. And like this, we are going to return the create updates projects and the loading property. And everything is okay so far. Now we are going to import the use create update projects composable. We're gonna import it within the project page, within the project model. I'm gonna copy it, and then we are going to get into within project model. I'm gonna go within the component folder. We're gonna get into within project model. And then here we are going to pass it here. I'm gonna do this cons, and then we are going to assign it use create update projects, and then we are going to import it first. And here I'm gonna pass here I'm gonna extract the function create update projects. And then we are going to call it. I'm going to pass it here. I'm going to pass here await. And then we are going to pass here. We're going to use the project store in order to get access to the inputs. And here we have the project store. I'm going to copy the project I'm gonna copy the use project store, and then I'm gonna import it within the project model, that Vue components. I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna say input, and then is equal to use project store, and then we're gonna import it. You can see we got another project input. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it right here. We are going to assign the project input, the use project store, and then I'm gonna pass it up in order to remove the error like this, and then I'm gonna get rid of this one. And now we are going to get access to the input via the project input dot input, and then I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it to the creator updates project function. And also we're gonna pass it the edit property, and then here I'm passing project input that I did like this. And now we are going to move right here. We're gonna do input that's name like this, guys. And right now everything is correct. We are going to get into within the browser in order to test if we are going to create a project. And now I'm gonna get into the browser first, and then here I'm going to refresh this page. And then you're gonna try to see if you're going to create projects. And then here I'm gonna open the model, and then here I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try to check within the network tab if we are going to create a project. And then here I'm gonna pass here the name of project, say build a smart AI, and pass this is the name of the project. And then I'm gonna click save. And then yeah, we don't send a NetP request to our server. You can see it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Let me try to check the validation. The validation works pretty well. And here I'm gonna pass here the name of the project. And it seems we should pass, we are going to remove right here the user ID. I'm gonna comment this, and then I'm gonna try it again to see if we are going to create a project. And then here I'm gonna click save. And then you can see we just sent an HTTP request to the server, and we got a message, project created successfully. And now I'm trying to see the payload, and we sent the name and the user ID. If we get into within our database, I'm gonna get into within my SQL via the CLI, and then here I'm pass select star from the project table. And then you can see we just created a project, and I'm going to select only some columns. I'm gonna do this so that you can see, and then I'm passing select name, and also I'm gonna pass here select name, and then I'm select the project code column from projects. I'm passing from projects like this, and then you can see we just created projects, and you can see this is the project name, and we got the project code is a huge string. I'm going to reduce the string, guys. I'm going to get into within the project controller, and then I'm gonna change right here the length of the random string. I'm passing even 10 characters like this. I'm passing 10 characters is better. And then we're gonna pass the time like this. And now we just created a project. Now we are going to do another thing. You can see we have another action, which is the get project.ts. Now let's work on the get project.ts file, and then here we are going to create an action and a component. I'm going to create a component within the project folder, and I'm gonna name it project list, and then here project list view like this, and then we're gonna put in these codes here. And you can see this is the components, and we have here a project is an array, and then I'm gonna import the iProject list interface, and we are going to have a method that we are going to emit update projects, and we have a button, and within the button we pass in an icon. And now here what I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass on click on this button. We are going to emit here this event and pass here update projects, and also we are going to iterate through the project array. And here what I'm gonna do here, we got this array. I'm gonna use the v4 directive, and then here we're gonna pass here projects in projects with an s, and then we're gonna pass the key, and then we're gonna do this. We're gonna pass here the key is equal to project.id like this. And we got the project.id. We are going to pass here the projects, and also we are going to display the project name. We're going to pass to the p tag, and then here I'm pass here project.name like this. Yeah. And now we are going to, if we get into the browser, you can see this is the car. This is the car that I just used within a project list view. We use this car in order to create a component. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into within project page. And then here, I'm going to remove all this car. Here you can see we got this car right here. I'm going to remove it. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that too. And then we are going to import the project list. And here I'm going to pass here. I'm going to go to the tab. I'm going to pass here import project list like this from component folder. And then we are going to pass it at the bottom. And here I'm going to get rid of this car right here. And here we're going to pass here project list. And then we're going to import these components like this. We are going to pass it the projects. We're going to pass it the project array and pass a project, and then is equal to projects. Yeah. And we are going to create also, we're going to pass also these components and events, which is the update project, and pass a update projects like this. And here we are going to create a function update projects. And then here, what I'm going to do here, guys, we are going to do this first. Right now, I'm going to create a function update projects like this. And then I'm going to put in console.log, and then here, we're going to pass it to this update project event. We're going to pass it there. And also, if we get into the get project.ts, we have here some code. You can see we have an A first, which is a project list. We have the name, ID, project code, project link, and a user ID. And then we just created a composable use get project. We pass it the loading reactive property, and the saver data. And the saver data we tap it with the response tab. We are going to get an object that contains a data property, and this data property, the tab is an array of iProject lists. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to check first which kind of data we're getting back from these endpoints. I'm going to get into within the API.php, guys. We are going to scroll down, and then we're going to get into within the API.php. We are going to remove the middleware, the protection. Yeah. And then I'm going to get into the browser right here. We're going to try to eat these projects and pass you projects like this, API/projects, API/projects like this. And then I'm tap enter. And you can see we got a data. Yeah. And right now we got a data an object which contains a data. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go within the project control again. And now here I'm gonna remove that. So we are going to pass only the data to the response function. We're gonna pass it only the data, and then we're gonna see with the type of data. And then here I'm gonna refresh again, and you can see we got an object. Yeah, which contains the data property and is an array. It contains projects information, the ID, name, and other field, guys. Now we are going to import the composable, the use get projects within the project page. And here, what I'm going to do, we're going to scroll down first, and then we are going to get into within project page. And here we have the get projects. I'm going to cap this composable. We are going to get into within the project page. And then here I'm going to scroll up, and then we are going to extract the get project function. We're going to import the use get projects. We're going to import it. I'm going to import it, and then we're going to extract the get project function. We're going to pass it there. And now we are going to call this function and pass here await, and then we're going to call get projects like this. And also here we are going to retrieve the saver data array and pass the saver data. And then we're going to copy the saver data. We're going to pass it to the projects like this. Yeah, like this. But you can see the type of the saver data. We return right here an array. And in order to remove this error, this typing error, we are going to go back within the get project.ts file. And then here, I'm going to export this type right here. I'm going to pass here export. And then I'm going to say here response type projects. I'm going to pass a project list response type like this. I'm going to change it. And then we're going to pass it here in order to avoid the error. And then here I'm going to get into within the project list component, we're gonna tap the project property. I'm gonna get in and then we're gonna tap it with the project list response type. We're gonna import it like this, and then here we are going to do this. Here you can see we actually right here we got an error, and then here we are going to do projects. And then we are going to pass here this. We're going to do this, guys. We're going to let it like this. But instead, we are going to get into within the projects page. And then here, we are going to pass here save a data. And then we're going to get access. We're going to eat the data. Because if we eat the data, we got an array. And like this. And now, we are going to check if we are going to display the project within the project list component. I'm going to get into the browser and then we're going to try to check. I'm going to refresh the project page and then we're going to see what we're going to get. And there we go. You can see that we just display a project. This is a project that we have created. Now we are going to call the get project function in order to update the project list components when we just created a project. And here, what I'm going to do, we're going to get into the project model. We are going to define an event, get projects. And then once we just call the function create or update project, we are going to wait for this function. And then we're going to emit the get projects. Now we are going to get into, within the project page. And then here we have the project model components. And then I'm gonna do this and pass a get project is equal to get projects like this. And then we are going to add pagination. And now in order to add pagination, you're gonna go at Laravel Vue pagination documentation, and then you're gonna tap this command or this one if you're using Yarn. And then I'm gonna copy this line right here as we are using Tailwind CSS. I'm gonna copy this. And then we're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna pass it here. We're going to pass it Tailwind pagination. And then in order to use it, I'm going to show you, I'm gonna copy this line right here. And then I'm gonna pass it here. I'm gonna scroll down and then I'm pass it here. Tailwind pagination. You can see we pass it the save data. And also we pass it a function, get projects. Now we are going to get into within the use get project composable, and then here I'm gonna pass a parameter, which is the page. I'm gonna assign it one is default value, and then we are going to add here a string, a query string. I'm gonna pass here page is equal. We're gonna pass here is equal to the page parameter. Pass here the page like this, and then if we get into the browser, guys, you're gonna see we are going to display the pagination. And now I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go within the project controller, and then here I'm gonna pass it to. And in order to see the pagination, we need to have more than 3 rows within our project table. And then here I'm gonna try to create a project and say build a Trello clone, and then here I'm gonna click save. Yeah, you can see we just created another project, build the Trello clone. I'm gonna create another one. I'll say build an AI app, yeah, like this, and then I'm clicking again save. You can see we just display the pagination right here. I can refresh, and then here you can see we just display the pagination. Pagination is right here. Now if I click next, we're gonna move to the next button. You can see we just move to the next button. You can click previous, and you can see it works pretty well. Yeah. And now what I'm going to do, guys, we are going to work on the edit button. You can see once we click on edit, we need to pop up again this model in order to update a given project. And now what I'm going to do, we're going to get into within the project page. And then here we're going to get into the project page. and project page, and then we are going to create a function update projects. And again, if we get into the project list, you can see we pass to the update projects function a parameter, and the tab is iProject list. I'm gonna copy that, and then we are going to move within the project page, and then we're gonna pass it to the update project function. Now we are going to import the iProject list. I'm gonna import it, and then here, once we click on update projects, I'm going to do this. We are going to open first the model. I'm gonna call show project model. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna pass it here. And once we call it, we are going to use the use project store. We are going to get into within the project model, and then we're gonna copy the use project store. We're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna put it within the project page. I'm gonna pass it here, and here, guys, we are going to use the project input in order to get access to this property right here. I'm gonna show you we need to get access to the input property. And here what I'm gonna do, and here I'm passing project store, and then here I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna do project store that input is equal to the project. Yeah, we're gonna pass here is equal to the project, and then project.id. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here project.id like this, and here I'm gonna add here the ID, and then we're gonna pass here project.name, and then I add project.name like this, and also we are going to pass here the user ID like this, and then here project.user ID, and again we are going to pass the model data. And right now we are going to get into, again, we're going to get into within project model. And then here we are going to add a condition on the save button. And then here I'm going to do this. We are going to do projects. We're going to use right here, we have the project input is equal to the use project store. And then here I'm going to do this. I'm going to copy this variable, and then we're going to pass it within the save button. And then I'll pass here edit. And if the value of edit is equal to true, we are going to update. We're going to pass here update, else we're going to save. We're going to save. And this is going to be the condition. If the value of the edit reactive property is equal to true, we are going to pass to the save button, update, else we're going to pass it save. And now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. I'm not getting to first. I'm not getting to first within a use creator update function, and then here I'm gonna try to check something. Everything is correct, and then here we are going to change the value of the edit property. Now we're gonna move again within the project page, and here I'm gonna pass here. We're gonna pass here edit is edit value. I'm pass here projects. I'm pass here edit. I'm passing the edit value is equal to true like this. Now we're gonna get into again within the browser, and then we're gonna refresh. We're going to try to update a given project, and then here I'm click update. You can see we just open the model again. Build a smart. We're gonna say build a smart AI. I'm gonna update this project, and then you can see build a smart AI. I'm pass here AI, and then I'm gonna click update. You're gonna see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna click update. Yeah, we don't get anything. We got an error, guys. We are going to fix that. I'm gonna get into within network tab, and then I'm gonna click update, and then you can see we got server error. And then here I'm trying to check. Right here, we're gonna scroll up, and then we're gonna check the error. And we got a SQL error, guys. Yeah, project code doesn't have a default value. Yeah, we are going to move within project controller, and then we're gonna fix that. I'm gonna scroll up, and then project controller, and here we have update project, and here we should pass here this. We made a mistake here, and here we are going to do this project, and then here I'm passing update. We're going to pass here the where clause, where ID, and then here we're gonna pass here the fields, and then pass here the ID like this. Yeah, Yeah, like this. And then we are going to update projects. Yeah, like this. You can see projects where ID fields. We just send the ID, and then here I'm gonna add required. We are going to require for the ID. Okay, here I'm pass ID is gonna be required. I'm gonna copy that and like this. I'm pass here the ID is gonna be required, the name and the user ID. And then here we are going to do project where ID is equal to the field's ID update, and then we are going to update the project name. And then once we just updated the project, we're gonna send project updated, and now we're gonna try it again. And now I'm gonna refresh again, and right now we're gonna try to update again, build a smart AI, and then here pass here AI, and then I'm gonna see. Yeah, you can see project updated. And again, here we just updated project. You can see build smart AI. Yeah, it works. Now we're going to add a loading indicator on the back end. And also we are going to put the pagination behind the model. We are going to get into first within the base model, and then here and pass here the index with the value of 1000. And then you're going to see the pagination goes behind the model. And now we are going to add right here within the project model. We're going to pass here a span tag. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add in another two span tag. And here, I'm going to check if the loading value is equal to true. We are going to show the loading indicator. We're going to say loading. And here, I'm going to pass here saving. Yeah, like this, saving. And then here, I'm pass here if, and then loading. We are going to extract the loading property from the use creator updates composable. And then here, I'm pass here else, like this. And now we're going to go up, and then we are going to extract the loading property, and then we're going to pass the loading like this. And now we just added a loading indicator on our backend. And also we are going to get into within a project page. And here we are going to add some class to the pagination. And right now you can see the pagination, we don't have a padding right here. We're gonna add it, and then here I'm pass here the padding in x-axis and pass here 4. And then you're gonna see we're going to move our pagination a little bit, and it works pretty well. Now if I try to create another project, I'm pass here builds a Google Docs clone, and then here I'm gonna click save. You can see we just display the loading indicator saving. And also we need to add something to the backend again. We are going to go back within the project model, and then here we are going to pass the disable. We're going to pass the disable attribute to the backend, disabled, and then here is equal to the loading like this. And now if we click on the button, they're gonna disable it if the loading property is equal to true. And here I'm pass here builds. Yeah, I'm pass here build. Yeah, build a to-do list. This is not a project, and then I'm click saving. And then here we're gonna pass here disabled like this. Maybe it doesn't work. I'm passing disabled to true to check if it is gonna work. And then here you can see, yeah, it works. Now I'm gonna pass here the loading property. Yeah, like this. Also, we are going to add a detail button on the car within project list, and then here's the button. And we are going to we can see the button. This is the button details. When we are going to click on this button, we are going to move to the project board page. And here you can see we have a div tag, and then we put in a router link component. We pass it a link project boards and a query and a parameter, pass a parameter, which is the project code. And we do project code in order to get the project code. And here, when we're going to click on this button, we're going to move to the project boards. Now we are going to get into the browser, and then if I click right here, details, you can see that we just move on the project board. And here we're going to use the project code value in order to get details of a single project. Now we are going to replace this value right here with database value. And here, what I'm going to do, we're going to get into first within the project board page. And here we're going to create an HTTP folder. And within this HTTP folder, we're going to put in an action. Now we are going to scroll down, and then you can see we got actions folder right here, actions. And here I'm gonna try to refactor first the project folder, and then here I'm gonna do this. I'm creating HTTP. I'm passing here HTTP. I'm passing HTTP, and then I'm going to move the creator updates, the TS action within the HTTP folder, and I'm gonna move also the get project, the TS file. I'm gonna move it within the HTTP folder like this. And now we're going to get into also within the project board. We are going to creating an HTTP folder. We're gonna put in HTTP request of the project board, and then here I'm passing HTTP. And here the first file that we're gonna put in is get project detail. And here I'm gonna do get project detail, the TS, like this. And we're going to create a composable export function, use get project detail, and like this. Now we're going to get into the project page. We are going to use the use root composable in order to get access to the parameter within the URL. We are going to create right here. We're going to get into within the project board page. And here we are going to create a constant root. So I'm going to do this const root and is equal to use root composable like this. And now we're going to import the use root composable from Vue3. And you can see the type of the roots constant is the type of roots location normalized loaded. And then here I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna get into within the get project detail TS, and then we're gonna pass it this parameter, and we're going to import this type. Now here the goal is to get access to the project code parameter. And here we're going to create a constant. We're going to say project code, pass your project code like this, and then I'll pass your roots, and then here that query, and then here we're going to do project code like this. And now we're going to move again. We're going to move within the projects, and then we're going to copy something. I'm going to copy this code right here, and here I'm going to copy that here all the way right here. We're going to copy this code, and then we're going to use it within the get project detail TS file. I'm going to pass it here, and here we're going to change the name of the function is get project detail. We are going to remove the parameter, which is the page. You're going to get rid of that, and also we are going to import the main HTTP function, and also I'm going to create the loading reactive property and pass here ref. The value is equal to false. And also we're going to import the ref reactive property. I'm going to import it, and like this, guys. Now we need to know which kind of data we're going to get back from our server. And now we are going to move first within the API.php. We are going to create an endpoint for that request. And here I'm going to do this. We're going to pass here project / and then detail like this. I'm passing detail. And we're going to copy this path. We're going to pass it within the get project detail. We're going to pass it here and pass it here. And we're going to send the project code and pass here project code like this. And here we're going to pass the constant project code like this. And now we are going to go back within the API.php. And here we're going to create a method within the project controller. We're going to name it get project detail. And then we're going to get into within the project controller in order to create this method. And here's the methods. And you can see get project detail. Now we are going to request for the project code. And then here we're going to do project where project code is equal to the project code variable. And then we are going to return data. And now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this first. We're going to try to check if we are going to get the data. And here, I'm going to go back within the API.php in order to check something. We pass here the get. And then here, I'm going to copy these endpoints. We're going to get into the browser. And here, I'm going to pass here the base URL and then API and then / We're going to pass project/details. And then here we are going to copy the project code parameter right here. I'm going to copy that, all of that. And then we're going to use this code in order to try to see if we're going to get the projects. We are going to pass it here. And now we're going to try to check. And here I'm going to do this. I'm going to tap enter. And then you can see we got the project details. It is an object. I'm going to zoom a little bit. You can see it is an object. And we have the ID, name, image, and the project code, user ID, project link, and so on. Created at and updated at. Now, here I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy all of that like this. I'm going to copy all of that. And here we're going to move within the get project detail.ts. And we're going to create a tab here. I'm not pass here. I'm not say I'm gonna create an inner first, export inner first, and then here I'm gonna say project detail. Yeah, and then we're gonna pass it the ID. We're gonna say tab number. The name is gonna be a string, and the image we're gonna pass here a string, and the project's gonna pass here the project code. Tab is string, and the user ID. The tab, you're gonna say tab is a number, and then I'm gonna remove that. Yeah, this is the type of the response type. Now here, what I'm going to do here, guys, we are going to tap the save data with the project detail. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it here, and like this. Yeah, you can see we pass here the main HP rec, and we don't send. We right here we pass undefined because we are not going to send anything to our server since the HP verb is get. Yeah, I think you may know how to use the make HP rec. It's pretty easy, guys. Now here, what we are going to do, we are going to copy the get project detail. We're going to pass it to the return statement, save our data, and loading. And now we are going to return the saver data. We are going to get into within the project bulk page, and then we're going to use the get project detail composable. I'm not move within. We are going to get into within the project bulk page, and then here we are going to scroll down, and we are going to call our composable. Right here, we're going to extract the saver data, and then it's equal to the use get project detail like this. And right here, we need to import it. I'm going to import it. Yeah, we are going to import it. And then here, if we see the type of the saver data is the type is we are going to import it. We got an error right now. We are going to go to the tab, and here we are going to get into, yeah, we just imported it, but we got an error right here, guys. We need to pass it a parameter, which is the root. I'm gonna pass it the roots, yeah, like this, and then we remove the error. And also, guys, we are going to pass here the project name. Where we got build smart AI, we're gonna pass it save a data, and then we're going to get access to the name, to the project name, yeah, like this. And also, you can see we have the init.js. If we get into within this file, init.js, and you can see we have an instance of the index.db persistence class. We pass here the name. You can see we pass here the name is stickynote. Why? And we're going to replace the name with the project code. And here I'm going to add another parameter to the init.js. And here I'm gonna pass here save a data, and then I'm gonna type it with project detail. And here we are going to use the save data. We're gonna pass here this name, pass here project code, and then I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass here to the. Now we are going to create another component top navbar, because right here we need to make the project bulk page clean. And here I'm going to copy this div right here, which is above the canvas elements. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna get into within the components folder. And then here I'm gonna get into within project board, and now we're going to create another component top navbar like this. And the view, we're gonna put in the template tag. Yeah, like this. And right now we are going to pass here the script tag, and we're gonna use the define prop macro in order to define prop for our components. And I'm gonna get into within the sticky note view, and then here I'm going to copy the script tag, and then I'm gonna put it within the top navbar view like this. And right now we are going to pass here the prop is save data. I'm gonna type it right here, save data. And then we are going to get into first, we are going to get into the project page in order to see the type of the save data. And now here we are going to check, we are going to look for save data. If we put our cursor over the save data, the type right here, you can see the type is iProjects. And I'm going to get into, we're going to go back within the top navbar view, and then we're going to type the save data with iProject-detail like this. And then we can pass here even projects. Yeah, this is clean. And then here I'm going to pass here project name. And then here we're going to add, and also we're going to import the app constants. And then I'm gonna pass it here. We're gonna import it from the app folder like this. And now we are going to import the top navbar component within the project board. I'm gonna move within the project board, and I'm gonna scroll up, and here we're gonna pass it here. Import project. When I say, pass here top navbar like this. And then we are going to go down, and right here you can see we got the canvas element right here. We are going to pass the top navbar components above the canvas elements, and here I'm passing here top nav. Yeah, I'm passing top navbar like this, and then we are going to pass it the project. We're gonna pass it project, which is the prop, and then is equal to save data. And now here, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to change the name of the save data, and I'm gonna say project data instead of save data. We are going to scroll up, and then here we are going to change this data. We are going to get into within the use give project detail composable, and here I'm passing project data like this to make things clean. Yeah, like this project data. And also we are going to pass here project data. Now we are going to pass the project data to the init wages function. You can see we got it right here, init wages. We are going to pass here project data.value like this. And now you can see we got a typing error because we haven't yet created a parameter to the init wages. We are going to move within the wages.cs, and here we're gonna pass you project data and then iProject-detail like this. And we are going to pass here, we're gonna pass to the IndexedDB persistent class, we're gonna pass it the project code, and pass it project code like this. And then we're gonna copy the project code, we're gonna pass it to the WebSocket provider. We're gonna add it right here like this, and everything is okay so far. We are going to get into the browser, guys. I'm going to refresh this page, and there we go. You can see we just display right here. The project name is build a Trello clone, and now here we are going to create another button right here after the title of the project that we are going to use in order to move to the project page. And here I'm gonna cut the button. We are going to get into within the top navbar components. I'm gonna get in, and then here we're gonna add this button right here after the title. And then like this, you can see we pass here a span tag, and then here we pass the router link components, and then we are going to move to the project page. Yeah, you can see if we get into the browser, you can see we just added right here. And I can click on this button. Yeah, you can see we move on the project page, and then here if I click on a given project, we can move to the project board. Now I'm going to change this icon that we use, this button, the icon of this button that we use in order to draw on our board. You can see I'm going to change this icon, and now I'm going to move again within the add item components. And here, guys, we're gonna pass here where we got Where we got cursor, I'm gonna pass here pen. Yeah, and then this is a better icon. You can see we got right here pen, and also we are going to add another li tag, which is the save. Yeah, if we get into the browser, you're gonna see we got right here save. We are going to use this button in order to save project board data. And like this, guys, everything is okay so far. Alright, yes, now we're going to create the sticky notes, drawing, miniTextEditor, and text caption model. These tables are going to be related for the project board components like sticky notes, drawing, miniTextEditor, and text caption. Now we are going to get into within the command prompt, guys. We are going to type php make controller project / project board controller, and then you're gonna type inner. We are going to create some models. We are going to type php make model text caption -m to create the migration. Then I'm type inner. You're gonna type again php. Here we're gonna type php make model mini text editor -m to create the migration. You're gonna type again php. You're gonna type this command php make model drawing -m to create the migration. And we're going to finish with the php make model sticky note -migration, and then I'm type inner. Now we're going to create column for these models, and then I'm gonna copy this code right here. We're going to get into within the database folder. I'm gonna scroll up. You can see we got some models right here that we just created, and then we're gonna start with the text caption and pass here the column. We're gonna pass here the project ID, and here I'm pass here text caption data. I'm passing text caption data like this, and we're gonna say the type of the column is gonna be JSON. We are going to get into within the miniTextEditors table, and then here we're gonna pass here to column the project ID, and then here I'm pass the miniTextEditor, miniTextEditor data like this. We're gonna get into within the drawings, and here I'm pass two columns, project ID and drawing data. We're gonna get into also within the sticky notes, and here I'm gonna pass the project ID and sticky notes data like this. Now we're going to type php migrate to create this table and pass the php migrate, and then we're going to create these tables. Now we are going to get into within the models folder in order to add the protected guards to add a master assignable attributes to our models. We are going to get into within the project, and then I'm gonna copy this attribute. We're gonna put it within the drawing model and pass it here, and put it within the miniTextEditor, within the sticky notes, and finally we're gonna finish with the text caption, the PHP model. Now we are going to get into within project board controller, and here we are going to define some methods. Now I'm going to get into first with the project controller, and then I'm gonna copy some class right here, like the DB class and the string class. I'm gonna import also the validator class. I'm gonna put it within the project board controller, and here we're going to create a function, public function, and then we're gonna say create or update mini text editor like this, and then we're gonna pass the request class and the variable like this. And here we're going to import the model, and here right now I'm gonna import a model right here. We are going to import the miniTextEditor model. I'm pass here mini and pass here. We're going to import miniTextEditor model. We got it. And here what I'm going to do, we're going to check first if within the miniTextEditor model we got data. If we got data within the miniTextEditor model, we are going to update a row. If we doesn't get data, we are going to create a row. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna copy it. We are going to create a variable right here, miniTextEditor, and then here I'm gonna do miniTextEditor. We're gonna pass here the wait clause, and here we are going to send the project ID with the project ID. Here I'm passing project ID like this. Request. We are going to create a variable. We're gonna store the project ID, pass here the project ID is equal to request, and then here we're gonna pass the project ID, like this, and then we're gonna pass it to the wait clause and pass here project ID, and here we're going to retrieve the first row, and here I'm pass here first, first function. Now we're going to check if the miniTextEditor variable is not null, and then here if it's not null, here I'm pass here miniTextEditor, and then here if it's not null, it means we got data. We are going to insert a new row. We're gonna insert a new row like this. Else we're going to update. Else here I'm pass here else we're gonna update, and here we're going to pass here the miniTextEditor model, miniTextEditor, and then we're going to pass here create. We're gonna pass here the project ID. We're gonna do this. We're gonna pass here the project ID, and also we are going to pass here the miniTextEditor data. And now I'm going to get into within the migrations folder in order to see the name of the column. Right here you can see miniTextEditor. I'm gonna copy a miniTextEditor data. We're gonna go back within the project board controller, and then here we're gonna pass it here this miniTextEditor data, and here we're going to request also for the miniTextEditor data. It's gonna be a JSON value like this. I'm pass it here, like I'm gonna cut this, and then we're gonna pass it right here. And now we're going to do this. We're going to get into within the else statements, and then here I'm gonna copy that, and right here we are going to update the row. We are going to use the project ID, and here I'm gonna copy this wait clause right here, and then we're gonna pass it here. We're going to do where if we have the data within, if we have a given row within the miniTextEditor, we are going to update this data. And then here I'm gonna pass here update instead of create. We're gonna pass here update, and here I'm going to pass here like this, where the project ID is equal to the project ID variable like this. Everything is okay so far. Now we're going to get into the API.php, and then we're going to define an endpoint for this method. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna scroll down. We're gonna get into within the API.php. I'm gonna scroll down, roots API.php, and then we are going to pass it here. And I'm going to duplicate that. This root right here, we are going to use post because we need to insert data. And here I'm gonna copy this method, and then here we're gonna pass here project. Project board controller like this. We just import it, and then here we are going to say create updates, and here I'm passing here first. We are going to pass here miniTextEditor. We are passing we're gonna pass here first miniTextEditor like this, and then I'm gonna pass here create or updates like this. This is so bad, guys. I'm gonna pass here even just miniTextEditors. This is the endpoints, and we're going to use this endpoint to create updates. Now we are going to go back with the project controller, and then here, guys, we are going to create another method for the sticky note, like create update sticky notes. And before we continue, guys, I'm going to fix an error. You can see we pass here if the miniTextEditor variable is not now, we are going to insert a new row. Now we should pass here this. If we're gonna check if it's now, we are going to create a new row. If it's not now, we are going to update this row. This is what we're gonna do. And now we are going to, I'm gonna import another model, which is the sticky note. I'm passing sticky notes, and then here we're gonna import two model, which is the TextCaption, pass the TextCaption, and also we're going to import the drawing model like this. Now I'm going to duplicate this function. I'm gonna copy it and like this, we are going to pass it here. I'm going to copy the sticky notes and then I'm going to pass it where we got miniTextEditor. And for the column, we're going to change it to sticky notes data. And here I'm going to pass here request sticky note data like this. And right now we are done with the create update sticky notes. We're going to do the same thing for the text caption and the drawing, for the text caption model and the drawing model. I'm going to copy a function right here, these two functions. I've already do that. And then here I'm gonna pass it here, guys, and we're gonna check a little bit. You can see we pass here create update text caption, and we pass it for the model. Within this function, we got the text caption model, and everything is okay. We did the same thing for the create update drawing. Now we're going to create endpoints for these methods. And then I'm gonna get into within the API.php, I'm gonna copy that. And here I'm gonna pass it here. Now I'm going to go back within the project board, and then here I'm gonna copy the method create update sticky notes. I'm gonna pass it here. And in here we're gonna pass sticky notes and do this sticky notes. Yeah, like this. We are going to pass here test create updates, test create updates drawing. And here I'm pass here drawing, and here pass here for the endpoint is drawing. We're gonna do the same thing for the text caption. And here I'm gonna go back within the project board controller. We're going to look for the text caption. This is the method, and then I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it here. And for the endpoint, we're gonna pass it text captions. Now we're going to go back within our Vue app, and then we're going to create HTTP requests for this endpoint that we just created. We're going to scroll up, and then you can see we got project boards within the actions folder. I'm not getting, and then we're going to get into within HTTP folder. We're going to pass here save board data, the TS. This is the action. I'm gonna put in this code, and then I'm gonna explain. Now here you can see we just pass here a composable use save board data, and we have a function within it save board data. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass some parameters for the use save board data. We are going to pass it a drawing data. We're going to pass it miniTextEditor data, sticky note data, and text caption data. And here I'm going to get into first, we're going to get into within the ydoc.ts. I'm not getting into within the store folder, and then you can see the ydoc.ts. And then here you can see we got the array drawing, and this is the type. I can copy it, and then I'm gonna move within the save board data.ts. I'm gonna pass it the type. I'm gonna go back within the ydoc.ts, and then I'm gonna copy also the type of the miniTextEditor. This is the type. I'm gonna copy it. And then I'm gonna go within the save board data again. I'm gonna pass it here. I'm going to import the iReplay drawing interface, and I'm gonna import the iMiniTextEditor. And we're going to pass also the sticky notes. We're going to pass here the sticky notes is an array, and we're gonna get into within the project board page, and then we're going to see the type of the sticky notes array. You can see we got a sticky notes array right here, and this is the type is iSticky notes. I'm gonna copy it is an array, and then we're gonna go back within the save board data.ts. We're gonna type it our parameter like this, and then we are going to import the iSticky notes interface. And we got also the text caption. I think the interface is we're going to pass here text caption. The interface is text caption like this, and is an array. Now we're going to pass here some requests for each parameter. You can see we got right here array drawing, and here we are going to send coordinates, or we are going to send drawing coordinates to the server. And here I'm gonna pass here the type of input is an array. Here I'm gonna do this is an array. And here, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass here. I'm going to go back within project controller, and then you can see right here we got drawing. I'm going to look for create update drawing. I'm gonna scroll down, and then here we got create update drawing, and then we got drawing data. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna go back within the save board data.ts. and here we're going to type the input. We're gonna say the type of the input is gonna be an object, and we pass the property drawing data, and the type is I replay drawing array, and I'm gonna pass here the URL we are going to get into within the API.php. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it within the save board data.ts. I'm gonna pass it right here first. We're going to copy the endpoint, which is the drawing. I'm gonna pass it here. The HTTP verb is port, and here we're going to pass here the drawing attributes, and then here I'm gonna pass the array drawing like this, and there we go. Yeah, we got an error right here, guys. And here I'm gonna type it like this. Yeah, I'm gonna add these two square brackets in order to get rid of the typing error. And like this, we are going to send drawing coordinates to the server. Now I'm gonna copy that, and then we're going to do the same thing for the miniTextEditor. And here I'm passing we are going to send the miniTextEditor data. We're going to go back within the project board again, and here we already finished with the create update drawing. And here I'm gonna copy right here. We're gonna scroll up. We are going to copy the miniTextEditor data. We're gonna put it within the save board data.ts. And here I'm gonna pass it here, and I'm passing miniTextEditor. And then here the type is miniTextEditor. We are going to copy the type, and then we are going to pass it right here. And it's an array. Yeah, I'm passing an array. And then I'm gonna copy the property miniTextEditor data and pass it here. Yeah, we are done for the miniTextEditor. We are going to do the same thing for the sticky notes. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna copy right here the sticky notes interface. We're gonna type our property, and I'm passing sticky notes. I'm gonna pass the sticky notes data like this, and then I'm gonna copy the sticky note data property. We're gonna pass it here, and here we're gonna pass here sticky notes. We're gonna do the same thing for the save. We're gonna do the same thing for the save text caption, and again I'm going to cut that. And here we're going to pass here, we're going to pass here test caption data, and then we're going to pass here test caption, and here we're going to copy the property test caption data. We're going to pass it here, and we are going to pass the test caption array. Yeah, pass here. We got an error right here. We should pass here this test caption like this, and then I'm gonna pass it. Here. And right now we don't get any error, guys. We are going to pass now endpoints to each function. You can see pass everywhere. We pass drawings. Now I'm going to pass here sticky notes. I'm gonna copy it, and we got right here sticky notes. I'm gonna pass here the endpoints. We are going to copy the test caption. We're gonna pass it here, and we are going to copy for the miniTextEditor. I'm gonna copy miniTextEditors and pass it here too. And here for the success message, we are going to import it from the toast notification.ts file. And here I'm gonna pass here. We're gonna pass here board data saved successfully. Board data saved successfully like this. And if we got an error, we are going to show the error. And like this, everything is okay. And you can notice right here, I don't pass here a wait. We are going to send these. We're going to send these requests simultaneously in parallel. Now we are going to import the useSaveBoardData function within the project board. And here I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna create an async function, and then I'm gonna say save projects. And here we're going to pass in. We're going to extract. We are going to pass in the composable useSaveBoardData function. We're going to import it, and I'm going to extract the SaveBoardData function. And you can see actually we got an error because we haven't yet passed to the useSaveBoardData composable some parameter. We are going to pass it the y. We're going to pass the ydoc.array drawing, and then I'm passing ydoc.miniTextEditor. We're going to pass here the sticky notes array. Sticky notes array that's value. We are going to pass also the text caption that value array like this, and then we're going to get rid of the error. Now we are going to call the function save board data and pass it save board data like this, and then we are going to copy the save project function. We're gonna pass it to the add item components, and here we have the save board data function and is equal to the save project like this, and everything is okay so far. Now we're gonna get into within the browser in order to try all of that. Here I'm not getting. I'm going to refresh the board, and now we are going to get into, we're going to refresh first the board, and then we are going to get into within the console in order to try all of that. Yeah, and then here I'm going to try to debug this request, and here I'm going to increase the width. I'm going to try to draw something first, and then here I'm going to click save, and then you can see both data saved successfully, but we got an error right here. Is not a valid JSON. We got this error because we don't get back from our server a valid JSON. That's why we got this error. And also, I'm not getting to the network tab. You can see these request drawings. We have an error. You can see the payload. We send a JSON, and if I get into within the response, we are going to scroll up. You can see we got an error, array to string. We are trying to convert an array to string. Now, in order to fix that, we are going to move to within the project board controller, and then here I'm gonna start right here, create update sticky notes. Now we are going to convert this array to a text using JSON encode function, and here I'm gonna create a constant JSON, and then JSON encode. I'm gonna pass it JSON encode. We are going to pass the request sticky note data like this. I'm gonna pass it to the JSON encode. We are going to convert this array to string like this, and then I'm going to copy the JSON. We're gonna pass here the JSON data, and in order to avoid the error, I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna pass it within the else statement. Yeah, like this. And also we should remove right here the project ID. We are not going to update it. I'm gonna remove it. And now, in order to avoid this type of error right here that we got within the console, you can see is not a valid JSON. We need to return a valid JSON so that we are going to avoid this error. And here we are going to pass here a return state. We are going to pass here return response, and then we can pass event success. We're gonna pass it an array, and then I'm pass success true, and I'm gonna pass here a status of 200 like this in order to avoid this error. And we are going to do the same thing for our function. I'm gonna copy the JSON. We are going to convert right here we're going to convert the miniTextEditor data to JSON and pass it here, and here I'm passing JSON like this. We're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it to the else statement. We're gonna remove the project ID. We are not going to update it. We're gonna copy also right here the return statement. I'm gonna pass it within the else, and I'm gonna pass it within the if statement. And we're going to continue. We're gonna pass it here. Here we are going to remove the project ID. I'm gonna remove it, and here we should copy to the JSON encode function. And here we're gonna pass here text caption data. I'm gonna pass here, and here I'm gonna pass here JSON like this, and here too JSON. Yeah, we're going to do the same thing for the create update drawing. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. You can see we have it right here. I've already passed it here, guys. And here we are going to pass here only, we are going to convert only the data into a string. Yeah, we're gonna pass here drawing data and pass it here. And here we are going to remove the project ID. And like this. Now we are going to try it again. We are going to see if we are going to save project board data within database. I'm going to go back within our Vue app, and then here I'm gonna try to click again, save, and then you can see again we got a message board data saved successfully, but we still have right here an error. I don't know why. We are going to check again. I'm gonna click right here, save again. Yeah, you can see drawings. If the drawing request failed, yeah, this request failed, guys. And then we are going to see which is the error again. And you can see array to string conversion, inserting through drawings. And here, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to fix the error first. And here we don't have right here an error, guys. But what we are going to do, here you can see JSON encode. And here I'm gonna try to select data within our table. You can see we don't have data. And here I'm going to get into we are going to get into within the save board data function. And here I'm going to comment first all of these requests, and then I'm gonna stay with the main HP rec. We are going to eat first the drawing endpoints. We are going to try to debug a little bit. I'm passing a wait, and then here we are going to see what we're gonna get. I'm going to refresh the page, and then I'm gonna click right here. I'm gonna try to draw something, and then I'm gonna click save, and then you can see you got an error again. Yeah, let's try to debug the request. We got an error right here. Array to string conversion. We still have this type of error, guys. And here we are going to fix that. And also, we should pass here the project ID. We don't send the project ID. And here, what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm not getting to within a project controller. And then you can see we have a we are going to debug this function projects. We are going to get into within project board controller, and we have the function here. We are going to debug it, which create update drawing, and right now we pass here the project ID is 1, and then here, yeah, you can see right here we got an error. We have an error right here, guys, and in order to fix this type of error, we should pass here to the JSON. We are going to pass here JSON. Yeah, like this. We're going to pass here JSON, and we're going to pass here to JSON like this. And now we're going to try it again. And also, we are going to send the project ID. You can see right here within the create update text caption, we request for the project ID. Right now is now. And is not. And now I'm going to try it again. We're going to try to see what we're going to get. And here I'm going to refresh again. And now I'm going to try to draw something again. Right here, I'm going to wait for, yeah, we already get data. And then I'm going to click save. And then you can see both data saved successfully. And you can see right here that the request has been processed successfully. Now, if I get into within database, I'm not getting right here. We are going to run a query select start from drawing. I'm gonna run this, and then you can see we got drawing data within our drawings table. We got it. And now I'm going to go back again. We are going to go back again within the save board data.ts. And here, guys, we are going to pass also the project ID. We are going to send these functions. We are going to send this request simultaneously. And here, we are going to add also the project ID. And here, I'm going to add right here the project, another parameter, which is the project ID. Say the type is a number. And here, we're going to add it right here, project ID, and then project ID like this. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass it right here like this, project ID, and here to project ID. Now you can see we got an error right here, a typing error, because you can see for the input type we pass here drawing data, and we don't pass the project ID. I'm right here project ID, and type is a number like this. And here I'm gonna copy it, I'm gonna pass it to the second request, to the third, and to the fourth here like this. Now we're gonna get into within project board page, and then we're going to add another parameter to the use save board data function. And here I'm going to do this, we're gonna pass it right here. You can see we have a composable which returns the project data, which is the use get project detail. And here I'm gonna use the project data right here. I'm gonna create a constant project ID is equal to the project data, and then we're gonna pass here that value and then that ID. Yeah, you can see, and the type of the ID is a number. I'm gonna pass now the project ID to the use save data composable. I'm passing it right there, and now the error disappear, and we are able to send the project's ID. I'm gonna check again right here. Here you can see here this is the project. Yeah, this is the project controller. Let me check. Yeah, this is the project controller. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this controller right here. We're gonna get rid of this controller. We're going to get into within the project board controller, and here I'm gonna copy this. We are going to pass here the project ID like this. Now we are going to try it again. We're gonna try to save all this data, and now I'm gonna get into again. We're going to get into within the browser, and now I'm going to refresh again, guys. And then here I'm gonna draw something. I'm gonna create right here a sticky note. I'm gonna create also a miniTextEditor is right here. We are going to draw something on our board. Again, I'm gonna draw even a house. Yeah, let me try to draw something. I'm gonna delete all of that, and then I'm gonna draw something new. Yeah, even a triangle. Yeah, like this. And also we are going to draw a square. Yeah, now let's try to save our data. I'm gonna click on the save button, and then you can see both data saved successfully. Now we are going to, I'm gonna try to check within the database. I'm going to select star. I'm gonna pass here this query, select star from sticky notes, and then you can see we got sticky notes data within the sticky notes table. Yeah, we got it. We got this data. It's right there, guys. And for the we're gonna check also for the miniTextEditor and pass here select star from miniTextEditors. Yeah, like this. And then you can see we got also data stored within the table. Now we are going to do something, guys. You can see here we got an endpoint. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it here for debugging purpose. So you can see we are eating the, when we visit the project book page, we are eating this endpoint project/details, and then we get this data. What if we pass here an invalid project ID? I can pass here an invalid project ID, and then I'm tap inner. You can see we got an array. Now we are going to get into, within the get project detail.ts. And here, guys, we are going to say here, we're going to add another type. We're going to say, we are going to add here another type, which is an array. And here we're going to say, if we doesn't get an object, we're going to get an array and pass here an array of any. And now we're going to check if it's not an array. We are going to pass the data to the project data reactive property. And here I'm passing an array is an array. If it's not an array, we are going to pass here the data, and if it's not an array, we're going to pass data to the project data reactive property. Else, we are going to redirect the user. We're going to redirect the user to the project page, and here we are going to pass here window, and then here that's location, that's href, and we're going to pass here /r/projects like this. And also we need to check if the user is logged in. We are going to move within, we are going to call another function. If we get into within the actions folder, you can see we got ATP and we have try logout. We are going to call this function. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're going to get into within the project book page, and here I'm gonna pass it right here. We are going to pass here a wait. We're gonna check if the user is logged in first. I'm going to import it. I'm gonna import it. We are going to refresh now the page. Right here you can see, yeah, we just import it. Yeah, and we got it. Yeah, we have it right here. We're gonna check if the user is logged in and pass here comment check and pass here check. check if user is logged in, within the system. If the user is not logged in within the system, we are going to redirect the user on the login page. And here I'm gonna refresh again. I'm going to get into the browser again, guys. And right here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna refresh this page. And then we are going to display data. Yeah, we're on the board right now. Now we are going to get into the browser, and then here we are going to pass here we are going to modify the project code, and here I'm pass here even YY, and then I'm tap. We're gonna try to see if, yeah, you can see that actually the redirect us on the project page because we provide a bad code right here. If we change the code right here, they're going to redirect us on the project page. Alright, yes, now we're going to create another endpoint that we're going to use in order to retrieve drawing data, miniTextEditor data, stickynote data, and TextCaption data. And now we're going to go ahead and get into within the API.php. You're going to create another endpoint, which is the get project boards. And before I go with the project controller, I'm going to refactor the API.php file. And here you can see instead of this right here, instead of this syntax, we are going to use this one. Let me show you, we are going to use this one. This one is much better. And then I'm going to get rid of these lines right here. We are going to do the same thing for the project board. And then I'm going to copy all of that. I'm going to get into within my Sublime text. And then here I'm going to get rid of this class. I'm going to select them all. And then I'm gonna edit, I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm gonna get rid of square brackets. I'm gonna find all, and then I'm gonna remove that. Now I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna go back within the API.php again and pass it here, and then I'm going to remove a comma right here, and like this, guys. Yeah. Now we're going to wrap these roots within the roots controller. I'm gonna copy that. I'm going to duplicate that, and then I'm going to pass it there. We are going to copy these roots, these endpoints, and then we're going to put it within the roots controller, and we're going to pass it the project board controller like this. I'm going to pass it here. Now we are going to get into within the project board controller, and then here, guys, I've already created a function. I'm going to explain, and you can see we are going to retrieve miniTextEditor data, stickynote data, TextCaption data, and drawing data. And then we are going to pass it to the return statements. And everything right here is easy so far. You can see if it doesn't know what is a transaction, we use a transaction when we need to process multiple queries simultaneously. That is the role of using a transaction. And then here, guys, we are going to get into within the browser, and then we are going to run something. I'm gonna get in, and then here we're gonna pass here the endpoints. I'm gonna pass it here, and then we're going to pass here project boards with an S, and then we're going to pass the project ID as a parameter. And then you can see this data. Yeah, you can see we got the drawing data. You can see for the miniTextEditor is now, the sticky note is now, this caption is now, and for the drawing data, we got some data right here. This is the drawing data. Now we are going to create an endpoint that we're going to use in order to get this data so that we can render the data on the project board. And we are going to get into within the admin folder. You can see we're going to get into within the actions folder, get into within the project board, and then you can see HTTP. We're going to creating a file. You're going to say get project board data.ts. I'm going to put in some code, and then I'm like explaining. Now you can see this is the type that we're getting back from. This is the type of data that we're getting back from the server. Is an object. We have some property for property, miniTextEditor, sticky note, text caption, drawing. And the drawing is an object, and we got a property right here, some property ID, project ID, the drawing data, and is a string. Now you can see here, if I get into within the get project board data.ts, I've already created right here an interface, project board editor, and then I tap the miniTextEditor with I type it with this type right here, miniTextEditor type, and we have one property, which is the miniTextEditor data, is a string, and that's what we got right here. If you get into the browser, is a string. If we got it right here, we're going to have a property, and we are going to have an object which contain a property miniTextEditor data, and this data, the type is a string. The same for the drawing tab, sticky notes, and the text caption. This is the interface. Now, and also it says right here, you can see it says that the miniTextEditor property, the sticky notes, and text caption, and the drawing can be now. Yeah. Now we created another composable use get project board editor. We created a reactive property. We created a function get project board editor. We pass it a parameter is project ID, type is number, and then we hit this endpoint and we send the project ID. Now here we call another function which is the get drawing data, and then I'm uncomment this function right here. We pass the drawing data a type of project board data, and we are checking right here within the if statement if the drawing property is not null. If it's not null, we are going to parse the drawing data, because you can see the drawing data is a string. We are going to parse it. We are going to convert it to a JavaScript value. Yeah. And then here we type it with replay drawing interface. Now right here we get access to the Y array drawing, and then we get an array. We got the length, and then we initialize the Y array drawing. We initialize it. You can see we got right here the length, and then we delete. If there is something within the Y array drawing, we are going to delete all. And here we insert drawing coordinates within the Y array drawing again. And now here we are going to call another function which is the replay drawing. Now we are going to get into first within the project board page. I'm gonna copy this composable, and here I'm gonna pass it right here. Const, and then is equal to use get project board. And then here we are going to copy this, the init canvas function, and then you can see TypeScript infers it to be a type of init canvas, and it returns a promise, and this promise returns some function like drawing on canvas, undo, redo, replay drawing. And then I'm gonna copy it, and then we are going to we're gonna go back within the get project board data TS, and here we are going to pass it as a parameter to the use get project board data like this. And then here we can be able to get access to the replay drawing. You can see, pretty easy. Now we're going to go back within the project board page, and then here we're going to pass here the init canvas function, and I'm going to call the function get project board data, and then here I'm passing a wait, and then get project board data. We are going to pass here the project data, project data dot value dot id like this, and then we're going to make an HTTP request to the server. Now we're going to get into the browser, guys, and then here we are going to refresh. I'm gonna refresh right here. You're gonna see what we're gonna get, and then here you're gonna see right now we don't display anything. I'm gonna refresh again, and then here I'm gonna try to draw something. I'm gonna refresh again, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then here you can see actually the name of the project is Build a Smart AI. Yeah, I'm gonna try to draw right here for 50. I'm gonna draw 50 right here, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. And now I'm gonna click save, and then we are going to go back again. I'm going to choose another project, build a trailer clone. I'm gonna click there, and then you can see this is the image, this is the drawing that we get right here. I'm gonna draw right here a triangle. I'm gonna click right here. Yeah, I can draw a triangle. Yeah, you can see we got a star right here. And then if we go to the projects page, and then here I can select the build smart AI project, and then you're gonna see what we got on this board. And then you can see we got 50 right here. And if I refresh the page, I'm gonna try to refresh the page. We're gonna see if we're going to get data from the server. And then here you can see, yeah, you can see that we don't get data from the server. We are going to check why we got this error. And if I click right here again, we got 50. And here I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna click on build trailer clone. We got data right here, guys. We got the scene here, but we don't got the star. We don't have the star right here. I'm gonna draw again the star right here, and then we're gonna check. I'm gonna click save, and then I'm gonna go back again. I'm gonna switch the projects. Yeah, we got 50, and then I'm gonna go to the projects, and then I'm gonna click build tutorial clone. I'm gonna click right here. You're gonna see, yeah, we got the star, and also we got the right angle. Now, guys, we are going to display sticky note data, and here you can see that we already display a drawing data. Now we're going to create another function right here. I'm going to uncomment it, which is the get sticky notes. And here I'm going to explain you how it works. Now, here you can see that actually pass here a parameter to the get sticky note data. It pass here the data. The type is iProject data. We check if the sticky notes property is not null. If it's not null, we are going to pass the data, because the data that we get back from the server is a string. We're going to convert it to a JavaScript object. And here we are going to iterate through this. We are going to iterate through the sticky note data, and then we are going to call the function drag sticky notes. And this function is, we are going to use this function in order to add events to each sticky note that we are going to create. And we're going to use the drag sticky notes to add an event for each sticky note within the array. Now I'm going to add this tab to our function right here. We're gonna add another tab, which is the drag sticky notes, and then we're gonna say it's gonna be a function, and the return tab is gonna be void. We are going to get into within the project board data, and then here I'm gonna pass it drag sticky notes like this, and then here we are going to get into right here. We're gonna get into within the use drag sticky notes composable. Now here, guys, what we are going to do, you can see here, guys, actually we got right here something I'm gonna show you. I'm going to scroll down. We got the Y array sticky notes, and also we got the sticky notes array. Yeah, we got the sticky notes array and the Y array sticky notes. You can see actually we don't have the possibility to get access to this property via the Get project board data. Right here, we don't have the possibility because we need to add this data. We are going to pass this data to the Y array sticky notes. Now, in order to do so, we are going to use the YDoc store. And so right here, you can see we got an error, right? Typing error. I'm going to add right here a parameter. I'll say we're going to pass in an ID. Now, we are going to add also the Y array sticky notes within the YDoc store. We are going to get into first within the sticky note tiers. And then here you can see that I actually just commented these two lines. We comment the sticky notes array and the Y array sticky notes, and we got a bunch of errors within this file. Now I'm going to get into first. We are going to get into first within the Y. We are going to move within the YDoc store, and then here we are going to define these two properties right here. I'm going to copy them. I'm going to copy the sticky notes array. I'm gonna move it right here, and also we are going to copy the Y array sticky notes. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it within the YDoc like this. And here we are going to tap the sticky notes, and I'm gonna try to see the type right here. I'm going to type it as an array, and then as I sticky notes. I'm gonna copy it as sticky notes in first like this. And also we are going to create a Y array sticky notes. And here I'm going to type it with, I'm gonna type it as an array and pass here. I'm gonna type it I'm going to type it. I'm going to type it as a Y array, and a Y array that a Y array of I sticky notes interface. And here I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm passing type like this, and then I'm going to import the I sticky notes interface. Yeah, like this, and then I'm going to remove that. Yeah. Now we're going to move within the sticky note tiers, and then we're going to get access to this property via the YDoc store. And I'm gonna copy the YDoc store, and here we are going to pass here the YDoc store like this. Then I'm gonna remove that. And here, guys, I'm going to continue until I remove all the errors. You can see that we got a bunch of errors. We got so many errors right here. We need to fix that. We need to pass here the YDoc store, that value like this everywhere. Now you can see that I just finished, and I'm not getting to within project book page. We're going to remove this to property right here. And then here we got these two error right here. You can see save projects, and we pass here sticky notes. Right now we're gonna pass here YDoc store, and then I'm gonna remove that. And also for the init widgets, you can see that we pass it the Y array. We pass the Y array sticky notes, and the sticky notes, I'm gonna remove that and that too. And now we're going to get into within the init widget, the sticky note within the init widgets file. And here you can see we got sticky notes params. We are going to remove right here this type, the Y array sticky notes and the sticky notes. I'm gonna remove that. And then here we are going to get into also within the YJS util.ts file. And here we are going to remove that too. And then here we're gonna use the YDoc store in order to get access to this value and pass it here like this. And then like this, guys. Yeah, like this. And here like this too. We're gonna pass it here too. You can see that I've already finished. We don't have any typing error. Now we're going to go back within the project book page, and then here we're gonna pass to the color palette, the YDoc store. We are going to scroll down. We have another component, which is the sticky notes. I'm passing the YDoc store that sticky notes like this. We are going to go up again, and right here you can see we have a function change sticky note color. And here I'm passing the YDoc store. We're going to remove the that value. And here I'm gonna get rid of that, and here too we're gonna pass the YDoc store like this. Now I'm going to copy this function. I'm going to move it within the I'm gonna move it within the use drag sticky notes. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're going to get into within the use drag sticky notes composable, and then I'm gonna pass it here. I'm gonna pass it here, and then we're going to pass the change sticky note color to the return statement. And now we're gonna go back again within the project board, and here we are going to extract this function, which is the change sticky note color. And now I'm gonna copy again the change sticky note body content. We are going to pass it to the use get project board data. We're gonna use it, and I'm gonna pass it here. We are going to we can see the type. I'm gonna copy the type, and we are going to move again within the use get project board data, and then I'm gonna add it right here as the type like this. Now we are going to call the change sticky note body content within the for each, and here I'm gonna pass it here. We're gonna pass here sticky notes, and then we're gonna pass here that ID like this. And also I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass it all of that within the setdown function. We are going to call this function. We are going to call this function after 1 second, and then I'll pass it right here. We are going to call this to function after 1 second. And also we are going to pass to the sticky notes data. We are going to do this. We are going to pass to the sticky notes array data, and here I'm gonna pass here the YDoc store that sticky notes. The sticky notes is an array. You can see if we put our cursor over it, it is an array. And then here I'm going to assign it. I'm gonna pass here I'm gonna pass the sticky note data also is an array. And here, guys, I'm going to pass here, I'm going to insert now this data within the Y array sticky note. I'm pass here the Y doc store, and then here Y array sticky note, and then that insert, and here you're gonna pass the index, pass here the index, and then I'm pass here an array. I'm going to copy the sticky note data inside the, we're gonna pass it inside the Y array sticky note. I'm gonna pass it right here, guys, and then I'm gonna pass this operator, and like this, and everything is okay so far. Now we're going to get into the browser, and then we are going to check, guys. I think everything is okay, guys. I'm not sure you can see. We just call the get sticky note data, and everything is okay. Now I'm going to get into the browser again. I'm going to refresh the page first. We're going to refresh the page, and then we're gonna check again. And right now you can see, yeah, we don't have any error, guys. Now I'm gonna switch the project first. I'm gonna click right here, build a smart AI, and here I'm gonna create a sticky note. I can create a sticky note, and I can drag it, I can resize it, and then I'll pass here fix a bug in the user middleware, and pass here middleware like this. And also I'm gonna draw something around the yellow sticky note. I'm gonna draw something right here, and then we're gonna do this, and then I'll say this. Yeah, I'm gonna add here an arrow. I'm gonna create a second sticky note. I'm gonna change the color, and then I'm pass it right here, and then I see focus on this error, and I'm gonna click the save button. I'm gonna click on the save button right here, guys. You can see both data saved successfully, and this is the build a smart AI project. Now we're gonna switch the project. We are going to move to build Trello clone. I'm gonna click details, and then you can see we just load the board. We just switch to another project, build a Trello clone. And here I'm gonna create right here. I'm gonna draw something instead. Here I'm gonna draw even an arrow like this, and here we are going to pass here even a square, and this is what we're gonna get inside this board like this. That's all for this board, and I can create an empty sticky note. I'm gonna refresh. Yeah, you can see we have right here. I'm gonna refresh first. Yeah, we are going to see what we're gonna get. We haven't yet saved data on this page. I'm gonna draw again. I'm gonna draw something, an arrow, and then I'm gonna click save. Now I'm going to go back to another project, and here I'm gonna select build a smart AI. I'm gonna click right there, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. You can see we got our data right here. You can see we have a yellow sticky note, and right here you got a red sticky note, and we have the drawing, and everything is okay. Now we are going to move to the text caption. You can see we got right here the text caption. We need to add something in for brainstorming. Now let's do the same thing for the text caption component. We are going to get into within text caption.ts, and we have the Y array text caption, and we got the text caption array. Now we are going to move these two property within the Y doc store so that we can be able to get access to these two property in every file that we're gonna get in. And now I'm gonna select these two property. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna pass it here, and then we are going to get into within the Y doc store. I'm gonna copy them, and we are going to get into right here. We're gonna pass them right here. We are going to pass here the Y array text caption, and then I'm gonna type it as I text caption array, and I'm gonna type it as an array is I text caption. Like this, we are going to import the I text caption interface, and also we are going to create we're gonna pass here. We are going to type the Y array text caption like this as a new Y array, and then the Y array we are going to add an interface inside of it, of iTextCaption. I'm gonna copy that like this, and then we're going to create another property, which is the TextCaption is an array, and is an array. And I'm going to assert it as a TextCaption interface array like this, and then I'm gonna remove that. Now we're going to move within the TextCaption.ts, and you can see actually we got some errors right here. TextCaption, we don't find the TextCaption array, and here we're going to use the white.store.TextCaption like this, and I'm gonna copy that, and then we're going to remove the that value. I'm gonna do this, and here we are going to search for everywhere we got that value. We are going to remove that, yeah, like this. And here we're gonna pass here the white.store right here, and pass here white.store, and pass here the white.store, yeah, like this, that white array. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass it here too. You can see right here we got an error, and here I'm going to assert the you can see the body content. They said the type is a string or now, and is not assignable to the type of string. Now, in order to remove this error, we are going to assert the body is a string like this, and here I'm gonna pass here the white.doc, and here white.store, and we are going to change everywhere we got an error, guys. I'm gonna do that real quickly. You can see that I've just finished real quickly, guys. Now we are going to remove right here the TextCaption to the return statement and the array TextCaption. And we are going to move within the project.able page. And here we should get some errors right here. We're going to remove that right here and here too. And then here we are going to remove that. We are going to move within the init.ts. We're going to get it. And we have a parameter right here, the TextCaption param. And we are going to remove the Y array, and also we're going to remove the TextCaption array. And also we are going to get into within the YJS URL.ts, and we are going to change something right here. We have the Y array, we're going to remove that, and the TextCaption array. And then here we are going to pass here the Y.store, and I'm gonna remove that value, and here too, like this. We're gonna repeat this process until we finish. I'm gonna do it real quickly, and here, yeah, like this. And we're gonna pass here Y.store, and then like this. We just finished, guys. Now we're gonna go back within the project.able page, and then here we're gonna check right here. You can see we got a TextCaption component. We are going to pass here to the Y.store array. And here we got an error right here too, and here we have the save projects, and here we pass here the TextCaption, and pass here the Y.store that value like this. I'm gonna remove that, and here we are going to pass. You can see we have a function get use get project.able data. We pass it the drag sticky notes and the change sticky note body content. Now here we are going to pass you another property, which is the drag TextCaption, and also we're gonna pass it the change TextCaption body content. Yeah, you can see. Now we are going to get into within the use get project.able data, that's yes, and then we're gonna add these two parameter. And then here I'm gonna do this. Now we are going to duplicate this function right here, get sticky note data, and here I'm gonna pass here get TextCaption data. It is the same, and here we're gonna pass here get TextCaption data, and here we're gonna do this. And now we are going to pass here TextCaption, and then I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass here TextCaption, yeah, data that TextCaption, and then TextCaption data like this. And we pass here the sticky note data. Here we're gonna say TextCaption, and pass here TextCaption data, and I'm gonna copy it. Yeah, we're gonna pass it right here, and we're gonna pass here TextCaption array, and we are going to get into within the settimer function, and here too we're gonna pass here TextCaption data like this, and here you're gonna pass it TextCaption, And here we're going to pass here drag test caption. And here, there we go. We just finished. Now the last thing we need to do, we need to call the get test caption data, and we're going to pass it here. I'm gonna pass it within. We're gonna pass it within the get project board data, and I'm gonna pass it the data variable like this. And we just finished, guys. Now we're gonna get into the browser in order to try this, and we're going to check if it's gonna work pretty well. And yeah, we are going to move again within the browser, guys. And here I'm gonna refresh the page, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then here we are going to move right here, build the smart AI. And then yeah, this is what we got on this. This is the data that we got to the projects build a smart AI. And here I'm going to create a test caption. I'm gonna add it right here. And then I'm gonna say on this section, I'm gonna say this on this section. I'm gonna say brainstorming about no app. Yeah. And this is the test caption. You can see we got it right here. And I'm gonna click save. And then we're gonna try to change the project. We're gonna move to another project. I'm gonna move to the Vue3 clone. And then we're gonna try to check. Yeah. We don't got this data right here on this project. And if I switch again, I switch to build a smart AI, you can see we're gonna get this data. You're gonna wait a bit. You can see brainstorming. Yeah, we got an error right here, guys. You can see brainstorming about a new app. We should see right here a test caption, and we are going to fix that. Now, guys, let's fix this error. You can see within the get test caption data function, I pass here the interface is stickynote. We should pass here test caption, and within the setup function, we pass here the y-array stickynote instead of the y-array test caption. That's what we should pass here. And also, guys, I'm going to create another function that we are going to use in order to reset y-arrays. And then here I'm gonna pass this function right here. You can see the goal of this function is to reset the drawing array, the sticky notes array, test caption array, and the miniTextEditor array. And so you can see the name is reset array is a promise, and then we pass here we create a drawing array is a variable, and then here we got the length. We got the length here. Or we got the length of the Y array, and then with little items within the Y array. And so you can see if I put our cursor over the delete function, and so you can see the delete function takes two parameters. The first one is the index, and the second one is the number of items to remove within the Y array. I do the same thing for the Y array test caption. You can see it is the same, and for the Y array sticky notes. And then S is a promise. We're going to call it above this function right here. We are going to reset first of all the Y arrays, and then we are going to call the get drawing data, get sticky notes data, and the get test caption data. That's what we're gonna do, guys. Now we are going to get into the browser, and then we're gonna try this. And here I'm going to refresh this page, and here you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then you can see we got data from the save. I'm gonna try to switch the projects, and I'm going to go to build Trello clone. Here I'm gonna click right here. Yeah, build Trello clone. Yeah, you can see they're going to reset first the Y array, and then we got a drawing on this project. Build the Trello clone. This is the data that we got on this project. And if we check our endpoints, I'm going to refresh that for the projects build the Trello clone. The ID is 7, and you can see we got only drawing data. And I'm gonna try to add something here. You can see we got this is the data, and here I'm gonna create I'm pass here a sticky note. I'm gonna change the color, and then I'm gonna pass here build a Trello clone projects. And now I'm going to click on save. We're going to save this data. And then I'm going to change the project. We're going to switch to build smart AI again. And then you're going to see they're going to reset the Y array. And then we got this data. Now we're going to go back to build Trello clone again. And you can see we are going to, we're going to have only one sticky note. Yeah, you can see everything is working pretty well. Alright guys, now let's store the miniTextEditor data within the MySQL database. I'm going to duplicate the get sticky note data. I'm going to pass it here, and then I'm going to change the name of the function, get miniTextEditor data, like this. And then here, I'm going to check here if the data, that miniTextEditor is not now. And then here, we're going to create a constant miniTextEditor data, like this. And then here I'm going to type it with miniTextEditor. And here we are going to pass here miniTextEditor, and then we're going to hit the appropriate miniTextEditor data, like this. Now we are going, you can see we pass here the YDoc sticky note, and pass here YDoc miniTextEditor, and then I'm going to copy the miniTextEditor data within this array. And so we're going to get into within the setup function, we're going to pass here Y array miniTextEditor, and then we're gonna pass it the data. I'm gonna pass it the miniTextEditor data. I'm pass it here. And also guys, we are going to iterate through the miniTextEditor data. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it here. And we are going to pass to the for each. We're gonna pass here miniTextEditor, like this. And then I'm gonna copy it, and then we are going to pass it here. And we are going to change this to function. You can see we got right here drag sticky notes and change sticky note body content. We are going to move within the, we're gonna get into within the project board page, and then here we are going to pass here some function. And we got right here use drag miniTextEditor. You can see this is the function use drag miniTextEditor, and then I'm gonna copy the function change miniTextEditor. And also we got another function drag miniTextEditor. We are going to scroll down, and here we got the composable use get project board data. And here I'm gonna pass it here. We're gonna pass here first. We're gonna pass it drag miniTextEditor, like this, and pass it here. And then here I'm going to copy these two functions. We are going to move within the use get project board data, and then we're going to pass it right here. And here I'm gonna copy that. The drag miniTextEditor function takes a parameter, and also the change miniTextEditor body content takes to a parameter. And then we are going to call these two functions. We're gonna pass it here. I'm going to look for this function. Yeah, I'm gonna scroll up, and here we got this is the function, and here we're gonna pass here change, we're gonna pass here change miniTextEditor body contents. Now we're going to call the function get miniTextEditor. I'm gonna call it, I'm going to pass it, we're gonna pass it within the get project board data. We're going to pass it here, and then I'm gonna pass it the data variable, like this, and everything is okay. Now we're going to get into the browser, and then we're gonna try this. And here I'm going to refresh first of all the page. I'm gonna refresh this page, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. And here you can see we got this is the project built Trello clone. Now on this project, I'm going to create a miniTextEditor, and here I'm gonna create a miniTextEditor, and then I'm gonna move it right here. I'm gonna make a switch right here and pass it to the right. And for the sticky notes, I'm gonna pass it here on the left, and here I'm gonna pass here the miniTextEditor, and here I'm gonna say agenda, and then here I'm pass here an H1 of the agenda, and then I'll say something, something here, and like this, and then I'm gonna add a highlight. I'm gonna select something, pass here and a highlight, and then we are going to save this data. Then I'm gonna check if we got this data within the database. I'm gonna hit this endpoint. The name of the project is build Trello clone, and then you can see miniTextEditor. We got data. you can see that actually we got the miniTextEditor data within the database. And then here, guys, we are going to go back within this window, and then we're going to change the projects. And then here I'm going to switch the projects, and we're going to switch to build a smart AI projects. You're going to see they're going to reset, first of all, the Y arrays. And then you can see they just reset the Y array. And then we can go back to this project. I'm going to go to build a tutorial clone where we got our miniTextEditor. And then you can see they're going to display right here the miniTextEditor, and everything is working pretty well, guys. All right, guys, now we're going to hide this loading indicator. And once we got data from the server, we are going to hide it. And now we're going to get into within the YGS.ts. And as we are using MySQL as database, we are going to comment the IndexedDB persistence. Yeah, we are not going to use IndexedDB. And then we're going to get into within the Git project board data. And you can see right here, we got a loading reactive property. And then what I'm going to do here, guys, we are going to, you can see once we just finish getting data from the server, we are going to change the value of the loading reactive property. Now we are going to get into with the project board. And then here, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to extract this property. You can see we got the use get project board data, and then here I'm passing loading, and then I'm gonna say loading the data. I'm gonna say loading data like this. And then here I'm going to copy this property, and I'm gonna pass it to the loading indicator. I'm gonna remove that and pass it here. And also I'm gonna pass here vshow is equal to the loading data. Yeah, like this. And now I'm gonna check something within the Git project board data. Yeah, here we pass here through. And then we are going to get into the browser, guys. I'm going to refresh the page. You're gonna see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see, first of all, we display the loading indicator. And once we got data, we are going to hide it. And then I'm going to refresh again. And then we display data. And here, guys, what I'm going to do here, we are going to say this. I'm going to go within the project board page. And then here, we are going to say this. If we're going to check this, if vshow, if the loading data value is equal to true, we are going to show this data. And then here I'm pass here, if loading data, and do this, is equal to true. And then we are going to, if is equal to true, we are going to return right here false. And if is equal to true, we're going to return false, else true. Yeah, like this. That's what we're going to do. And then we're going to refresh again. I'm going to refresh the page. And then you're going to see what we're going to get. Yeah, we show the loading indicator. And once we got data from the server, we show up again our UI. And then I'm going to try to switch right here. I'm going to move right here to the projects page. And then I'm click on build smart AI. I'm going to click right here. And then you can see, yeah, we are loading data. And then once we finish loading data from the server, we display our data. And everything is working pretty well so far, guys. Now, what I'm going to do next is to add members to our projects. We need to add Joinees to our projects. We're going to work on the share button. Alright, yes, we are going to work on the Joinee model. Our Joinee model, we're going to pass it the two columns, the project ID and the user ID. You can see these are the two columns. And here we're going to go ahead and get into the command prompts, guys. You're going to type this command in order to generate the migration. PHP artisan make model Joinee-m to generate the migration. Once you just generated the migration, you're going to get into the database folder. You're going to find this model, this migration, Joinees, and then you're going to pass these two columns, the project ID and the user ID. Then you're going to get into within the models folder. You're going to scroll up. You're going to get into in the models folder. And here you can see we got the Joinee. You're going to pass here an attribute, which is the protected gadget, in order to add mass assignable to this model. Once done, you're going to get into again within the project board controller. And then here, guys, I've already created a function. I'm going to explain you how it works. I'm going to uncomment it. Now you can see we got a function right here, add Joinees. And once we want to add a given member to a project, we are going to send the project code and the user ID. And then here, we are going to use the project code in order to get the project ID. We're going to check if the project variable is not now. If it's not now, we are going to get the project ID. And here we are checking if we got a given user within the Joinee table. Yeah, if we got a given user, we already added a given user within the Joinee table. We are going to return this message already. You're gonna pass here user already joined the project like this. This is the message that we're gonna return, and with the status of true. And also, if we haven't yet added this user within the Joinee table, we are going to create it. We're gonna pass here Joinee and then create. We're gonna pass the project ID and the user ID, and then we're gonna return a response with a message user joined the project with a status of true. And that's all, guys. And then here, if we did not found, if the project variable is now, we are going to return project not found. And now we are going to get into within the API.php, and then we're going to define an endpoint for this method. I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna scroll down first a little bit. We're going to get into within the roots folder, API.php, and then here you're gonna see we got this root controller right here. I'm gonna duplicate an endpoint, and then here I'm gonna pass here. We are going to use a post endpoint in order to add a Joinee, and then here I'm gonna pass here the method, and then here I'm pass here Joinees like this, and that's pretty much it. Now we're gonna move to the front end. Alright guys, now we're going to be working on the share bar in the top right corner. When the user is going to click on this bar, and we're going to copy, we're going to get a link containing the project code, and we can use this link to invite a given member to join our projects. Now we are going to get into within the top navbar, the Vue components. We are going to create a function, copy project link. You can see I pass here the app object that base URL, I pass the path at Joinees, and the project code. Now, you can see I use the Navigator API that clip part the raw text in order to copy the text. It returns the promise that then we are going to return a message here, project link copy. If we got an error, we're going to say error copying project link. Pretty easy, guys. Now, here we're going to copy this function, copy project link, and then we're going to pass it to the backend right here like this. On click event, we are going to pass here the project link, and then I'm gonna try. When I'm gonna click on project right here, you can see I'm going to refresh again. I'm gonna refresh this page, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then we're gonna wait a bit, and then I'm gonna click share, and then you can see project link copy, and then we can paste our project link within the Sublime Text and pass it here. You can see this is the project link. Yeah, we pass here the path, and then here we should pass here app. We're gonna add here app / add Joinees, because the add Joinees is gonna be a view page. It's gonna be a view path, and then here I'm gonna go back within the top navbar, and here I'm gonna pass here another path add Joinee. Now we're going to get into right here. You can see we're going to get into within the admin folder, and then I'm going to create another page. I'm gonna name it add Joinee. This is the name of the page, and here, yeah, you can see I've already created add Joinee is right here. This is the page, and then I'm passing the script tag, and here the length is TS and the setup attributes. And we are going to pass also right here the template tag, yeah, and here I'm passing the first. Now here we are going to use the use roots composable in order to get access to the root parameter. I'm passing use roots, and like this. And here I'm gonna zoom a little bit again, and here guys, we're going to copy this variable root, and then we're going to pass it to a function, and we're going to get into again within the actions folder. you can see we got the HTTP folder, project code. And then here I'm not creating another folder. I'm gonna name it add Joinees. Yeah, this is name add Joinees folder. And then inside this file, we're going to creating another file. Let me check first the structure that we got within the project. Yeah, I'm not putting HTTP folder. I'm passing HTTP, and then inside the HTTP folder, we're gonna say add Joinees. Yeah, I'm passing add Joinees.ts, and so we're going to creating a composable export function. Use add Joinees. Yeah, use add Joinees. And then here we're going to pass it a parameter. We're gonna go back within the add Joinees, and then we're gonna copy these roots and the type. We're gonna pass it here. Yeah, and here I'm going to import the roots location normalized loaded, and here I'm going to create a function add Joinees. Yeah, add Joinees like this. And then here we are going to return the add Joinees function. Yeah, we just return it. Now we're going to get into within the projects, and then you can see create update projects. I'm not getting, and then here I'm not getting to the get project.ts, and here I'm gonna copy the content of this function get projects. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna move it within the add Joinees.ts. We're gonna add it right here. Now we're going to hit this endpoint. We're going to get into first within the roots folder api.php, and then I'm gonna copy the add Joinees. And this is the endpoint that we're gonna hit, and then we're gonna go back within the add Joinees like this, and then we're gonna pass here the path. I'm gonna do this. I'm passing the path, and we're going to pass here the project code. We're gonna pass the project code, and here in order to get the project code, we are going to create a constant and pass here const and say project code like this, and then I'm passing roots that query that project code. Yeah, and then we're gonna copy the project code. We're gonna pass it to the roots, to the path, to the project code. We are going to pass it to the project code parameter. Yeah, you can see pass it right here, and then we're going to import the make HTTP function. I'm going to import it, and here I'm passing a sync to remove the error, and then here we are going to import this. And actually we got an error, guys. I'm going to fix that again. We're gonna go back within the get project.ts again, and here I'm going to copy something like the make HTTP function. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna add it within the add Joinees.ts and pass it here. Yeah, like this. And then here we got also we are going to create a reactive property. I'm gonna pass it const loading, and then is equal to ref. The default value, we're gonna assign it false. Yeah, I'll pass here pause. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here pause, and then here we're going to define right here the input type. You can see we need to pass here the input type where we got undefined and the project response type. For the project response type, we're going to get a message. I'm gonna say string and also a status. Status is a Boolean value. And here for the request, we are going to send the project's ID, pass the project. We're going to send the project's code. And here we're going to remove right here the project's code. I'm going to remove that right here, and then we're going to pass it here. I'm going to do this. And here I'm going to pass here the inputs, which is we're going to pass here the project code like this, and yeah, like this. And also we're going to pass the user ID, and now I'm going to remove that here, and then here we just send right here the project code, and the project code we're going to assert this variable right here as a string. I'm say is string, and here I'm pass here even this project code, and I'm going to pass it here. Now we are going to send also the user ID. We are going to retrieve the user ID from the local storage. We got another function right here. I'm gonna name it here. I can pass this right here too to make things clean. and then use data, and then I'm gonna call it get use data. And here we are going to do this because we're gonna send the user ID, pass here user ID, and then use data that user, and then that user ID like this. And then here we need to pass here, you need to add a type here, user ID, and let me see the type. We're gonna send a string. I'm gonna say a string here, and here I'm gonna set it as a string in order to remove the error as string. Yeah, like this. Now we are going to return. We're gonna pass here. We are going to. You can see we got a data variable. We are going to wait from our server to return the message and the status. And here we are going to, first of all, we're going to pass here console.log, and then we're going to pass here the data. And now here, I think we just finished, guys. Now the next thing is to try out this function add Joinees. And now we're going to get into, now we're going to move within the add Joinee. We are going to import the use add Joinee composable. We're going to move it. We're going to move in, and then we're going to pass here cons. And then we're going to use the structuring is equal to use add Joinee. We are going to import this composable. Now we're going to import the loading indicator. I'm going to import the loading indicator because we're going to use it. Loading indicator. Yeah, I'm going to check the name right here. We're going to, you can see right here, you can see we got right here the component folder, and we have the loading indicator inside. We got the loading indicator inside the project board. Now I'm going to remove it inside this file, loading indicator, and then I'm gonna put it within the component folder, within the base components. And here I'm going to move it up. We're gonna put it within the base components, and then we're going to import it. And then you can see we got the loading indicator inside the base components. Now we're gonna get into within the project board folder, and then we're gonna fix the annotator first. And here I'm gonna scroll up, and then we are going to look for the loading indicator. And here we got the loading indicator up here, and you can see that is right here, guys. Loading indicator. And then I'm gonna import the loading indicator. We're gonna import it within the add Joinee within the add Joinee.vue file. And then here I'm gonna pass it here. We're gonna use it, and then we are going to pass it right here. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass here the loading indicator, and like this, guys. And the loading indicator takes a property is a loading. We are going to extract also the loading from our composable. We're gonna pass it right here and pass the loading, and we are going to go back within the use add Joinee, and here we are going to pass here. We're gonna pass the loading reactive property to the return statement and pass here loading, and then we're gonna go back within the add Joinee.vue, and then we're gonna pass it here. Now, guys, we are going to import unmounted hook from Vue. Unmounted hook, and then here we are going to call another function, which is the try logger. We are going to check if the user is logged. We are going to check first if the user is logged in, and then we are going to call the add Joinee function, the add Joinees function. And here you can see we got right here within the admin folder actions, we got ATP, and we got try logout. And then I'm gonna copy this function, and then we're gonna put it within the unmounted hook. I'm passing await, and then we are going to await. We're gonna check if the user is logged in first, and then here I'm gonna import it, and then we're going to call the add Joinee function like this. And here I'm going to await for this function. Yeah. Now, once the user copy this link and paste it within the browser, we are going to check first if the user is logged in. If the user is logged in, we are going to add him. We are going to add him within a project. And once we just add the user within a project, we are going to redirect him. And here I'm going to check something right here. If data the status And if data.status is equal to true, we are going to do this, guys. We are going to pass a window that's location.href, and pass the app constant that base0. Do this. We are going to import the app objects, and here I'm going to import the app object that base0, and then here / we're going to pass here app. And here you can see this is the link of the project. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to pass it here. We're going to pass it here, and you can see we need to pass here the app / projects board. I'm going to pass it here, and here I'm going to pass here. I'm going to pass here now the project code parameter, and is equal to the project code, and then I'm going to copy the project code. I'm going to pass it here, yeah, plus the project code like this, and then we are going to redirect the user to the project port. Now we are going to try this, and here we are going to, first of all, we're going to need to get into the router.ts. I'm going to add it there, and also we are going to check something right here. I'm going to remove the error. We are going to use the show error function instead. We're going to pass here error inner first, and we assert it to the error inner first. Now we are going to get into within the API.php file, guys, and then here we are going to activate again our Laravel passport middleware to secure all our endpoints. We don't want to add a user which is not authenticated to a given project. Now here I'm going to get into this window right here, and then I'm gonna refresh this page, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. And here I'm going to click on this project, and then I'm gonna copy the link. We're going to wait, and here I'm gonna copy the link, and then we're going to use this link within another window. You can see this is another window, and here this is my second email address. This is my first email address, and here I'm going to get into within the second window, and then we're gonna tap this link right here, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And here you can see we got a message failed to fetch. Now, guys, you can see right here within the add Joinees, we pass here show error, and this show error return a message failed to fetch because we are not authenticated. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to get into within the show error, and then we are going to add this message right here. If we got not authenticated or failed to fetch from the server, we are going to redirect the user on the login page. That's what we're going to do. And also, we are going to go back within the add Joinees. Here, we can see we add Joinees.vue5, and I'm going to remove the try logger because we got the show error function within the add Joinees. And then here, we are going to go back within the browser, and then you can see right now, if I copy the link right here, I'm going to copy the link, and then we tap inner. And if we got this type of message, we are going to redirect the user to the login page. You can see right now we're on the login page. Alright, guys, before we continue, we're going to fix an authentication issue within our app. You can see I'm going to get into within the get token.ts. And so you can see within the function, get access token and refresh token. And we send this input in order to request for the access and refresh token. And then we are sending two requests simultaneously. We are requesting, first of all, we are requesting for the access token and refresh token. And then we are requesting for the use data like the name, email, and user ID. Now, sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't work. Now, in order to make it works perfectly, I'm going to separate this. We are going to wait first to get the access and refresh token, and then we are going to request for the user data. Because you can see right here, if I remove right here, I comment the Laravel passport middleware, it's going to work perfectly. But if I activate the Laravel passport middleware, it doesn't work perfectly. And then here, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this function, this one, and then I'm going to pass it here, and I'm going to say const. I'm going to create a const token, and then I'm going to assign it this request, and then I'm passing a weight like this. And here I'm going to copy now this function, set use data. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to set the access and refresh token within the local storage. And then here we are going to see the tab right here, and here we got an error. And then here I'm going to comment this, and then we're gonna work on this one right here. You can see the type of token variable is of token response type. And then here we're gonna set the access and refresh token within the local storage. Now here, once we set the access and refresh token within the local storage, we are going to make another HTTP request. Now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here, guys, and here I'm going to copy the make HTTP rec 2 and pass it here. Say const and pass here. I'm gonna create a constant. Const user is equal to this, is equal to the make HTTP rec 2, like this. And then I'm going to format this page, and we are going to request for the user data. Yeah, because we already set the access and refresh token within the local storage. I'm going to copy that, and then here I'm gonna pass it here too, and pass it here, and then I'm gonna remove the token because we already set the access and refresh token within the local storage. Now we're going to change the input type. Right here where we got the auth token input type, I'm going to send the client ID, gonna pass it the string, and the user ID, like this. Gonna say the type here is gonna be a string. And here I'm gonna remove that. For the response type, we're gonna pass here the user response type. And here for the input, we're going to pass here the client ID and pass here input. And then that client ID, we got the client ID right here, which is a random string and is stored within the input object. We're gonna use it. And here we are going to add to the user ID and pass user ID. And here you can see that actually we don't have the user ID. You can see right here we set the token within the local storage, but actually we don't got the user ID. Now, in order to get the user ID, guys, we are going to go within the web.php. Once we are going to redirect to the callback endpoint, we are going to set also the user ID within the URL. Right here, we are checking if the state and the call verifier are valid. If the state and the call verifier are valid, we are going to redirect to this path, app/token. And then we're going to send the call verifier in order to request for the access and refresh token. Now, you have to make sure you import the auth right here within the web.php. And then here, I'm going to use the auth class and pass here user and then auth.user, like this. And then here, I'm going to pass here the user ID. I'm going to do this user ID and is equal. We're going to pass here user variable that ID. We're going to send the user ID like this. And now we're going to move within the token page. You can see right here, you got the token page. We are going to get into within the token page. And then here, we're going to retrieve the user ID. I'm going to copy that. And then here, I'm passing user ID. And here, user ID like this. And then we are going to pass another parameter to the get access token and refresh token. I'm passing here the user ID. And we're going to get into within the get token.ts file. And then here, guys, we are going to pass here this parameter, which is the user ID. And then we are going to pass it to the make HTTP rec 2. Here, user ID, like this. And then we are going to extract the user object. We're going to use Refactoring right here. And then we are going to set the user data within the local storage. Now we are going to get into within the auth controller, guys. And also we're going to pass here the wait clause with the user ID in order to get the user data. And we are going to go back within the get token.ts. I'm going to show you something. Let's first get into the browser. Let's say I do local storage that I'm passing sets rm, and then I'm saying user data. And within the user data, we're storing a string. I'm gonna say we're going to store in an object and pass you ban like this. This is an object that we store within local storage. And then you can see if I do local storage that get rm, and then here I'm gonna pass the key, which is the use data. And then you can see that I got this object. The name is Ben. Now, what if I try to set the token and I do it again, local storage, set rm use data, and then here pass now the token. Let's say I pass the token, and then here we got a string right here, and then I tap enter. Now if I tap again local storage, and then that's get rm, here you're gonna see what we're gonna get. We are going to get the token, and we don't get the object which contain the name. Now, in order to, we are going to apply this process within the get token.ts file. You can see right here, we just set the token within the local storage. And then here, we set the use data. And on this stage, we are going to remove the token within the local storage. Now, in order to avoid that, I'm going to copy these two property. I'm going to create a constant. I'm going to say const token props. Yeah, token props is equal to an object, and then we're going to pass here the token props like this, and then I'm copying the token props. We're going to create the token property right here. We are going to pass in the token prop like this, and then we're going to fix the error. Now we are going to get into the browser, and then we're going to try this. We are going to log in first our first user, and then we're going to log in our second user. You can see this is our first user, and he's our second user, guys. And so now we're going to log in our first user and then our second user. I'm going to click login with Google, and then we're going to log in our first user, and then we are requesting for the access and refresh token, and then here we're going to get it, and then we're going to wait a bit. And then they're going to redirect us on the project page. Now we are going to wait a bit, and then here you can see that actually we're on the project page, and then you can see this is our first user. You can see the name is iJambo, and then we are going to log in our second user. Now we are going to log in our second user. We are going to click on the button login with Google, and then you can see choose an account. We're going to choose an account. And then here you can see sign in to Miro clone. We are going to click continue in order to log in. Now we are requesting for the access and refresh token. We are going to wait a bit, and then you can see that actually we are on the project page. And here you can see this is the information of our second user. This is the name and his email address. Alright guys, you can see that actually we just logged in our second user, and our second user is not the owner of these two projects. If we get into within our SQL database, guys, you can see if we tap select star name project code user ID from the project table, you can see that these two projects has been created by our first user. And if I get into a tap select star ID, I'm passing ID and name, we're going to pass it from users table. You're gonna see what we're gonna get. Select star and pass a select ID and the name from the users table. And right now we are getting an error, and I'm going to fix that, and then I'm passing a select star here from users, and then you can see I'm going to show you I'm passing select ID name from users. Yeah, this is the name of the table. And then we got our first user. This is the name is iJambo, and our second user right here. And now when we run this query, you can see that these two projects has been created by our first user. Now we are going to do this. We are going to get into within the project code, and here we're going to get into within the project controller, guys. And then here we are going to modify the get right here. We are going to request a project that is being created by a user, and so that if another user logged in cannot see these projects, the user can see only his own projects. And here I'm gonna add here the where clause. We're gonna do this where, and then here we're gonna pass here user ID. Let me check the column. The column is user ID. And then here we're going to pass here request, and then we're going to pass here user ID like this. Yeah, and then here we are going to pass here paginate to right now. And also we are going to get into first, we're going to get into giving the get project.ts action file. I'm going to scroll down. We are going to scroll down, and then you can see get project.ts. We are going to send the user ID. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here to the user, you're gonna pass it the user ID is equal to the user ID variable. We are going to create it, and then pass it right here, const user ID, and then is equal to get use data. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. And right now we got an pass here const user ID, and then here we are going to do this and pass here user data, and then we are going to create another constant user ID, and then we are going to use the user data constant in order to get access to the user ID. Then user that's user ID like this. If I get into within the second window, and then here I'm gonna refresh the project page, you're gonna see that actually this user doesn't have any projects, guys. And if I get into within the first window on the projects page, I'm gonna refresh, you can see that this user has two projects, Build Smart AI and Build Thread Clone. And then here, I'm going to click right here, Build a Smart AI. I'm gonna get into on the project board of this project. And then we are going to copy the link, and then we are going to share it. And here, I'm going to draw something right here first. I'm going to draw here even this triangle. And then here, I'm going to click Save. Yeah. And here, I'm going to copy the link of the projects. And then I'm going to pass it within the second window in order to share the projects. And then here, I'm going to pass here the link. And then I'm going to tap Inner. And then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Right here, we are adding a new user to the project. And then you can see right now, we run the project page, and we're going to check the Joinees table if we just added this user. I'm going to get into within Mysql, and then here I'm pass here select star from Joinees. Yeah, Joinees. And then I'm tap Inner. You can see we have the project with ID 1, and we just added the user with ID 2 to the project with ID 1. And then you can see this data. And if the user try to move on the project page, actually this user doesn't have any projects, but he can create a project. And then here I'm gonna pass here the name of the project and say build a Google Doc, can pass here Google Doc clone. And then here I'm gonna click save. And here, this user just created his project, is built Google Doc clone. And then you can see that actually on the board of his project, there is anything. And then we are going to go back again to the projects. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh right here. We're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then you're gonna see, yeah, this is the project built a smart AI. Now we are going to talk about Laravel Reverb. We need to know who's joining the project in real time and who's leaving the project in real time. You can see if a user X is leaving the project, if this user leaves the project, builds a smart AI. You can see right now I'm going to copy the link, and then I'm pass it within the second window, within the incognito window. I'm pass it here, and then I'm tap Inner. You can see actually this user joining this project, and within the first window, here we got the creator of the project who doesn't know if the user X is joining the project. We need to know that in real time. And if the user X is leaving the project, we need to know that. Now we are going to use Laravel Reverb. You're gonna go at laravel.com, guys, and then you're gonna move on this section. You're gonna tap within the search bar broadcasting. And if you doesn't know what is Laravel Reverb, go check it out. This video I taught how to use Laravel Reverb in practice. Now you're gonna scroll down, guys, and then you're gonna move on this section, presence channel. You're gonna click there, and then here you're gonna scroll down again. You're gonna see the section joining presence channel. Now to join a presence channel, you may use a join method. The join method will return a presence channel implementation, which, along with exposing the listen method, allows you to subscribe to the here joining and leaving events. Now we are going to use this code right here. We're going to use it. And before we start, we are going to integrate first Laravel Reverb within our Vue app. And if you haven't already installed Laravel Reverb, go check out the first part of this video. And then here, guys, I'm gonna do this. You're gonna get into within the source folder. You can see we got source folder. And then here, you're gonna create a tabs folder. And then you're gonna create a file, global.dts, the ts file, and then you're gonna pass here interface window, and then you're gonna pass here echo. This is how you're gonna add echo to the global object, to the window global object, in order to avoid typing errors. Now guys, we are going to do another thing. We are going to get into within the project board, and then here you can see we have an action right here. I'm gonna look for it. We got here use get project board data, and also we got use get project detail. And then here we're gonna get in, and then we're going to create right here a function. We're gonna name it function. I'm gonna name it. We are going to name it function track John and leaving. Yeah, gonna pass here leaving users. And then here we're going to copy this code. I'm gonna copy this code right here, guys. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it within the track John and leaving users function. And then here we're gonna pass here window, yeah, window.echo in, and then you can see we got it. We don't have a typing error. And then here we're gonna pass here projects.room, and here we're gonna pass here the project code. And you can see right here you got the project code, and then I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna pass it right here. And now guys, we are going to tap another thing here. You can see we got an error users, and we need to tap it. We are going to tap it as user response type, and then you can see the type of the user response type. We got the ID, the name, and email. And then I'm gonna copy the type, and then I'm pass it here. Right here we're gonna have an array right here. We're gonna pass here, let's say console.log users, and pass here joining users, and pass here joining, and then here users, and then we're gonna pass here the user array. And I'm gonna copy the user type alias, and then we're gonna tap the joining function. We're gonna tap the parameter, and also here we're gonna tap the user. And here if we got an error, we are going to say this. For the error, guys, we doesn't know the type and pass here any, and like this. And now here we are going to pass the track John. We're gonna pass the track John and leaving users function. We're gonna pass it to the return statements. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it right here, guys. And after that, we're gonna move within the project board page, and then here, guys, we are going to extract this function and pass here John, yeah, track John and leaving users, and then I'm gonna copy it. We are going to pass it right here. I'm gonna get rid of the try logger function. I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm pass this function right here. And also, guys, we're going to go back within. We're gonna go back within the use get project detail function, and we're gonna pass here the show error function. I'm pass here show error function, and then I'm gonna accept the error is error. Yeah, is error interface that message like this. And I do this because, guys, if the user is not authenticated, we are going to redirect him on the login page. You can see if you get this message, failed to fetch, we are going to redirect the user on the login page. That's why I do this. And now we are going to create an event. We are going to scroll up, and then you can see within the app folder, we got events. Yeah, we got the event folder. Now we are going to create an event. We are going to get into within the command prompt, guys. You can see actually we got the Vue server, the queue server. You're gonna open also another panel. You're gonna open the queue server. You're gonna type PHP artisan keyword. You're gonna open the Laravel Reverb server by tapping PHP artisan reverb start. You're gonna tap enter, and you're gonna run also the Laravel server and also the WebSocket server. I'm gonna copy this command right here, and then I'm gonna pass it there. Yeah, here, guys, we're gonna pass it right here. This is the command that we use in order to run the WebSocket server. Now we are going to, right now, I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm going to create an event. And then I'm passing PHP artisan make. I'm gonna zoom a little bit, events, and then I'm say project events. Yeah, project board events like this, and then I'm tap enter. Now we're going to get into the project board events, the PHP file, and then here you can see we got it within the event folder. We are going to implement an interface right here, should broadcast. We implement this interface to broadcast an event to our Vue app, and also we're going to pass to the constructor of the project board events. We're going to pass it the project code, and then we instantiate it right here, guys. Now, before we continue, I'd like to talk you about something. Now, here you need to know you need to have some prerequisites about Laravel Reverb. You need to know what is a public channel. If you doesn't know what is a public channel, go check it out this video. I taught everything you need to know about public channel. This is the prerequisite, guys. Also, you need to know what is a private channel. In this video, we're gonna deal only with private channels. And when we are dealing with a private channel, we must be authenticated. And we use channels.php root file in roots folder to decide if we should broadcast an event. And also we got presence channel. We use presence channel to know who's joining or who's leaving the chat. Yeah, in our case, the chat is the project board. We are going to use presence channel to know who's joining the project and who's leaving the project. And if you want to know more about Laravel Reverb, you can watch this video to get the prerequisite of Laravel Reverb about public channel, and then you're gonna read the doc in order to understand how it works pretty well. Now we are going to go back within the project board events, the PHP file, and then here you can see we got a function right here, broadcast on. This method is responsible for returning the channel that the event should broadcast on. And here, we can return right here, we can broadcast on multiple channels, guys, by passing the channel within an array. You can see pass a private channel, and then here pass the channel name. And then here, let me show you, we're gonna get into within the get project detail. You can see right here, we do window.echo.join. This is the channel name. In our case, I'm going to copy that. We are going to use it. This is the channel name. And then here, we are going to go back within the project board events. And then you can see here, this says the method broadcast on. This method is responsible for returning the channels that the event should broadcast on. And then you can see if you want to return multiple channels, we can pass here an array. If you want to return a single channel, we can do this. We can just pass here a line. And in our case, as we are going to track who's joining and who's leaving the channel, we are going to use presence channel. I'm uncommenting this. You can see presence channel is right here. Use a method right here, presence channel, and then you're gonna pass it right here. And then we pass here project.room, and then we pass the project code. Yeah, this is the channel name, guy. And then you can see right here. Yeah, you can see this is the channel name, project.room, and then I just passed the project code like this. And we have to go again. We are going to get into within the roots folder, guys. I'm gonna scroll down. You can see we got the roots folder right here, and we get the channels.php. We say so when we are dealing with private channel, the user must be authenticated. And here we are going to pass here the name of the channel. The name of the channel is project, and then here we pass here room, and here we're gonna pass here the project code like this, and then we're gonna pass here the project code right here, and then we're gonna return all users who are joining our meeting, our project. Now we are going to get into within the project board controller, and then we are going to import first of all the project board events. Make sure you got it within your project board controller. And you can see that actually we got a tapping error right here. The broadcast on function is expecting an array of channels. And here, as we are returning a single channel, we're gonna pass here even channel like this in order to remove the tapping error. Yeah, you can see the tapping error disappear. Now we are going to go back within project board controller, and then we are going to dispatch this event like this, and then we pass the project code. And then else we are going to pass here to the project code. You can see right here we are checking if the user has already joined the project, and if the user has already joined the project, we are going to return this message, use already joined the project. But first of all, we are going to dispatch this event. Now, I think we are done, guys. We are going to get into we're going to get into within the get project detail TS. And then here you can see we have the function track join and leaving users. And then here, if we got an error, in case the user is not authenticated, we are going to call a function right here. You're going to do this. I'm going to pass you local storage that's clear. And then we are going to redirect the user on the login page window that's location. And then here I'm pass you that href. We're going to pass here /app/login. And then here I'm gonna console the error here like this. I'm gonna console the error. And then in order to see when we got an error, we are going to see which kind of error we are getting. Now, I think we are done, guys. Now I'm gonna get into within the browser, guys. And then I'm gonna copy the project link right here. And then we are going to, I'm gonna get into within the second window. And then here I'm going to pass you the link. And then I'm tap inner, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then you can see we are going to get a message right here. You can see here we should get a message. Yeah, let me show you. I'm going to clear out the console, and then I'm gonna refresh first, and then you're gonna see. And then here you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And now I'm gonna try to join the second user. I'm gonna click right here. I'm gonna clear out the console, and then here I'm going to I'm gonna copy again the link of the project, and then I'm gonna pass within the incognito window. I'm gonna pass it here, and then you can see the name is iJambo. iJambo is joining the project, and then you can see right here we are getting a users joining the project, and then here we should pass here. Yeah, we got a name. I'm pass here joining the project, and like this. And then I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass here leaving the project, and then here leaving the project, and like this. Now we're gonna get into the browser, guys, in order to try this. And then here I'm gonna copy the link of the project. I'm gonna copy the link, and then we are going to get into within the incognito window, and then I'm tap here inner. And then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then you can see joining users. You can see joining users within the console. I'm gonna scroll up. You can see joining users. And then we got the first user, which is iJambo, and the second user who's logged in within the second window, which is the incognito window. And here we got our first user and then our second user. Let's see. I'm gonna go to the project. And then you can see right here we got our second user. And then I'm gonna get into within the first window, we got our first user right here. And then here I'm going to click right here. I'm gonna move to the project page. And then here I'm passing /projects, and then I'm tap inner in order to see our second user. And then we are going to see, yeah, I'm gonna wait a bit. And then guys, I'm gonna copy this link, and then I'm pass it within the second tab, and then I'm tap inner. And here I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it right here, guys. And then you can see this is our first user. You can see this is the name. The name is different from the name that we got within the incognito window. You can see, and actually you can see that we are able to track joining users. Actually, guys, we are able to track who's joining the project. When we copy the project link and then we paste it within the second window, we can see who's joining the project. And yeah, we did it. Now, here, this function, in order to make it works pretty well, let's say here, I just come over here. This is our first user, and then this is our second user. I just come over here, and then I click right here, build a smart AI. I click on these projects. You can see that actually they don't broadcast to the second user that the user A, the first user has joined the project, which is iJambo. You can see this is the name. Yeah, we don't broadcast to our second user that the iJambo has joined the project. Now, what we are going to do, guys, we are going to get into again within the project controller. You can see when the user is visiting a single project, we are adding this function right here, get project detail. Now, in order to do so, we are going to call the project board event right here I'm gonna call it, we're gonna call this event within the get project detail, and then I'm pass there. And once we are going to visit a single project, we are going to broadcast to another user that a user A is visiting the project, user A is leaving the project. Now here, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna refresh first this page, and then I'm gonna refresh the page, the project page within the incognito window. And then here I'm gonna click build smart AI. First of all, I'm gonna click right here. And then here we are going to copy the link, and then I'm gonna get into the console, and then we're gonna check. You can see I'm gonna get into the console. Yeah, we're in the console, and then here I'm going to pass here the link. I'm gonna pass here the link, and then you're gonna see, yeah, they're going to yeah, you can see joining projects. Yeah, you can see the benefit iJambo is joining the project. This user joining the project. Now, let's say right here, I just leave the project, and then I can close this window right here. You're gonna see, you can see leaving the project, benefit iJambo is leaving the project. If this user join again the project, we are going to see it. And then here, I'm gonna copy again the link, and then I'll pass it within the incognito window. And then I'm tap enter. You're gonna see right here, yeah, joining the project. Yeah, we got the same users joining the project. Now you can see I'm not getting within the new incognito window. Here I'm not do this. I'm not getting to the console, and then here I'm not copy this link. I'm not do this, and here I'm going to. You can see right here we're in the projects, and then I'm gonna close this window. You can see we got right here leaving the project. iJambo is leaving the project. You can see if I pass here the link again, they're gonna broadcast to the second user that iJambo is joining the project. It works pretty well, guys. Now what we are going to do, we are going to display right here in the top right corner a list of users joining the projects. Alright guys, now we're going to display joining users within an array. We are going to get into within a white store, and then here I'm going to create an array Joinees, and then I'm going to asset it as an array of user response type. I'm going to pass you an array, and then we're going to say we're going to pass user response type. Yeah, this is the type of our array. And then here we are going to get into within the get project.ts file. First of all, I'm going to get into first within the project page.vue file. And then here above the canvas elements, here I'm gonna do this y.store, pass you y.store.joinees. And if we get into the browser, you're gonna see we're gonna get a named array, and then here I'm pass you, yeah, I'm gonna pass you projects, and here I'm gonna pass you projects, and then here we're going to click on build smart AI. And then you can see right here we got an empty array. You can see we got right here. I'm gonna zoom a little bit. We got an empty array. Now we are going to add a joining users within this array. And if a user leave a given project, leave the project room, we are going to remove him within this array. Now I'm going to get into again within the get project.ts file. And then here we're gonna create two functions. The first one is leaving users. Yeah, leaving users, and the second one is joining users. Now we are going to, you can see we got an array here, which is the Joinees. Yeah, we got an array Joinees, and then here within the get project.ts file, you can see we have leaving users. And then here, what we are going to do first, once a user join a project, first of all, we are going to do this. We are going to pass y.store.joinees. And then we're gonna add in, I'm going to copy all users within this array. Yeah, like this. And then here, if a given user join a project, we are going to call this function Joinees. And then we're gonna pass it here and pass it here. And then I'm passing the user. And you can see within the joining users, we got an array right here. We are iterating through the Joinees array, and then we are checking if this user exists within this array. If this user, if a given user doesn't exist within this array, we are going to push in. We're gonna push him within the Joinees array. And we have another function leaving users. We're gonna iterate through the Joinees array, and then if we found these users within this array, we are going to remove him. We are going to remove him. We are going to return an array which doesn't have this user. And then first we reset the Joinees array, and then we pass it the filtered array. And then I'm gonna call the living users function. We're gonna pass it here, and then we're gonna check. Yeah, now we're going to get into the browser, guys. And then here I'm going to open the new incognito window, and then here I'm gonna refresh the page, and then here I'm gonna close this window. And then here I'm going to click build a smart AI, and I'm gonna click on the details button, and then you're gonna see right here what we're gonna get. And then here you can see actually it doesn't get anything right here, and here right now we don't get anything. I'm going to refresh this page, and then we are going to check. I'm going to get into first with the project build page, and then you can see right here we got an array. We're going to pass here Joinees like this, and then I'm gonna go back within the browser, guys, and then here I'm gonna refresh the page, and then we are going to click on the project build a smart AI. I'm gonna click here, and then you can see we got one users within an array. You can see this is a user. We got this user. The name is iJimbo. And then I'm gonna copy the project link. I'm gonna pass it within the incognito window, and then I'm tap enter. And then you're gonna see right here. Yeah, right now we just added another user within the Joinees array. Another user joined the project. Now, if this user leave the project room, we're gonna remove him within the Joinees array. And then I'm gonna click right here. You can see that we just removed this user within the Joinees array. Alright, guys, now we're gonna display joining users within a model. You can see actually right here, I'm going to uncomment, and then you can see we got the avatar image at the top right corner. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove that, and then I'm gonna replace it with a button. And then you can see actually we got a button right here, a yellow button. And then when we're gonna click right here, plus 12 users, we are going to pop up the model of the joining users. Now, what I'm going to do, we're going to create a model. I got the model right here, guys. I'm gonna copy the code of the model, and then I'm going to get into within the component folder. You can see we got component folder, and then here I'm gonna put it within the project board folder. And then here I'm passing joining users. We're gonna pass it joining users the Vue3. Yeah, like this. And then I'm gonna put in this code. And then here you can see we just imported the base components, and then we pass here a template tag. We pass here, this is the header, and this is the body of our model. And then here we pass here UL tag, and here what we're going to do, you can see we got a Joinees array within the YDoc store. And then here I'm gonna import first the YDoc store like this. We got it within the model. And then here I'm passing here v4, and then here I'm passing user in YDoc store.joinees like this, and then we're gonna pass here the key, and then user.id like this. Now we're gonna display the username, and also we're going to display the user email. I'm passing user name, and here we're going to pass here the user.email, and then here user, and then here .email. Now we're going to import this component, the joining users model. We unpass here joining users model. This is a better name, joining users model. We are going to get into within the project build page, and then we're gonna import this model, and then I'm gonna pass it here. And then here we're gonna pass here joining. I'm gonna pass here the name is joining users model. And then here I'm passing joining users model like this, and then we're gonna pass it here too. Yeah, and then we're gonna import it. We're gonna pass it here. You can see we just pass it, but under the loading indicator components. And then if I pass here show model is equal to true, we are going to show the model. Yeah, you can see right now we got an error, and then here we are going to fix that. I'm going to refresh the page. And then here you can see we got an error, failed to import the joining user model. And then here I'm going to import it. We got right here, I'm going to do that and pass the import. Then here joining users model, we got it. And then I'm gonna pass it here. in order to remove the error, and pass it here, joining users model. And then you can see right here, yeah, you can see actually just display the joining users model. We got it right here. We got the name is Ijembo and his email. Now we are going to get into within the get project detail.ts, and here I'm going to create a function show joining users model, and then here we are going to create up here a reactive property. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm passing show Joinees model. Yeah, Joinees model, like this, show Joinees model, and we pass it a boolean property, a boolean value, and is false. And then here I'm gonna copy the Joinees model, and now I'm gonna pass it here, and the value is equal to true. And then here we're gonna create another function, hide Joinees model, and then here I'm pass here hide joining users model, like this, and then I'll pass you the value is equal to false. Now we are going to pass these two functions to the return statement. I'm gonna go down, and then we're gonna pass here the show joining users model, and then we're gonna pass here the hide joining users model. We are going to extract these two functions. We are going to move within the project board. We are going to extract these two functions. We are going to get into the project board page, and then we're gonna pass it right here. You can see we have a function right here, use get project board data, and here you can see use get project detail. Yeah, this is the composer one, pass it here, and then we are going to we are going to also extract also the reactive property that we created within the get project detail. You can see we got it right here, show Joinees model. We're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it to the return statement, and then we are going to pass it, we're gonna extract it to, yeah, like this. Then we're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna pass it to the joining users model, show model, and pass it here. And then if we get into the joining users model, you can see right here we got an event that we should emit from show close model. Now we're going to move with the project board page, and then here we're gonna pass here close model is equal to hide. We are going to copy this function right here, hide joining users model. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it here. And also we are going to get into within the top navbar components, we are going to define an event, and then here I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm put it within the top navbar, the view. And then here we're going to create another event. We're gonna say this show joining users model, like this. And then we are going to call this function. We are going to emit it, and you can see right here we got a div here. When we are going to click on this div right here, we're gonna pass it to the span tag. When we're gonna be clicking on the span tag, we're going to show the Joinees model, and pass here on the click, and then you're gonna pass here emit, and then we're going to emit the show joining users model. Now we're gonna go back within the project board page, and then here we are going to pass it here. You can see we got the top navbar, and then here we're going to call the function show joining users model. Yeah, like this, and then I'm gonna remove that here. Now we are going to get into the browser, guys, and then we're gonna try this, and then I'm going to refresh the page, and here we're going to I'm going to click right here. You can see I'm gonna click here, and then right now, yeah, you can see we just pop up the model. When we click on this button, you can see on the span tag. When we click on the span tag, we just pop up the model. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go back within the top navbar, and here we're going to import also the YDoc store and pass here YDoc store, and then we're going to get the Joinees. We're going to get the length of the Joinees model. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm pass here this, and here YDoc store that Joinees, Joinees that's length, like this, in order to get the length of the Joinees array. And then here we are going to go back within the browser. You can see that actually we got one users, plus one user, and then is Ijembo. Now we're going to join another user, guys. And then here I'm gonna copy the project link and then I'll pass it within the incognito window. And then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then here you can see we're gonna wait a bit, and then you can see +2 users right here within the incognito. We got +2 users, and also within the first window we got +2 users. You can see we got right here 2 users, and then here if I click right here we got 2 users. Now if a user leave the project, and then here I'm gonna click right here, you can see we got 1 users. Everything is working pretty well, guys. Now we are going to display the first letter of the connected user. We are going to display the first letter of the name of the connected user within the yellow button. You can see we got the yellow button. We are going to get into within the top navbar. We are going to define right here prop use data, and then we're going to type it with login response type, and then it can be undefined, guys, and pass here undefined like this. And now we're going to get into within project whole page, and then we're going to create the use data variable, and then I'm gonna call a function get use data like this. And here we are going to, you can see we got right here the top nav bar. I'm gonna pass it right here. We are going to pass here the user data prop, use data like this. And then we're going to get into within the top nav bar, we are going to create a function convert letter to uppercase. And then we are checking if the user prop is not undefined. If it's not undefined, we are going to extract the first letter from the name, and then we are going to convert it to uppercase. I'm not gonna call the function. We are going to pass it right here. I'm gonna pass it here, convert letter to uppercase like this. And then we're going to get into the browser, guys. So you can see right here we got I, because the name right here is iJumbo. I think the name is iJumbo, and I'm not getting to within the no incognito window. You can see I'm going to refresh the page in order to check, and then I'm gonna click right here. You can see we're gonna get a different name, and then here you can see we got right here I and here B, and it works. Alright, guys, now we're going to broadcast the name of the user's typing within a miniTextEditor to other users. You can see right here, if I tap here, hello world, I'm tap here, hello, and then I'm going to move it right here, then tap hello world. You can see that the default name is John Doe. Now we need to pass here a real name. And here you can see right here, the name of the user within the first window is iJumbo. You can see the name is iJumbo, and here we need to display the name of the real name of the user who's logged in within the first window. That's what we're gonna do. And here, guys, I'm going to get into within a command prompt. We're going to create an event, and here the name of the event, you're gonna tap this command php artisan make event, and then we're gonna pass a user typing event, and then we're gonna tap inner, and here we're going to get into within the event folder. You can see use typing event. We got it right here. Then we're going to pass to the constructor the receiver ID, and also the channel name. We are going to use a private channel. We're going to pass here typing, and that's the receiver ID. That's what we're going to do. And then here we are going to get into within the channel's root.php file. And here we are going to create another root right here, which is the typing.id. And here we are checking if the authenticated user's ID matches the ID in the private channel. Now I'm going to get into within project book controller, guys, and then we are going to import first of all the user typing event, and then here we are going to create another function know who is typing. And then here we pass it to parameter, the project ID and the sender ID. I'm not getting to the browser in order to explain you who's the sender. Now I'm gonna click build a smart AI, and then you can see right here, I'm going to create a miniTextEditor. Right here you can see I'm gonna create a miniTextEditor, and then I'm typing something, let's say hello. And this user right here who's typing hello is the sender. And then here we are going to do this. We are going to select the user ID. You can see within the Joinees table. we got the joining table right here. I'm gonna select it. You can see right here, we got the joining table. We are going to select all users that we have attributed to a given project. Let's say in our case, we got a project right here, build a smart AI. We got some users who has joined this project. Yeah, we got one user right here. Now we are going to broadcast the name of the user's typing to Joinees, and the Joinee is the receiver, guys. And then we are going to get into with the project book controller. We're going to pass here user typing event, and then we're going to pass here dispatch. We're going to pass here the user ID. If you get into within the user typing event, you can see pass it the receiver. And then the receiver is the users join the projects. Now we're going to pass the know who is typing function. We're going to pass it within the get project detail function. And then here, guys, we don't got the get project detail function. We're going to pass it. We're going to put it within the project controller and pass it here. And then here you can see we got right here. I'm not do this. We got right here get project detail. And then we are going to import also the users typing event. I'm going to go back within the project book controller. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it here. And now we're going to call the know who is typing. And for the sender ID, we are going to use the sender ID variable later. And then I'm gonna copy know who is typing. We are going to pass it right here, get project detail, and then I'm gonna pass it here. And also we're going to request for the sender ID. I'm going to create a variable right here, sender ID, and then here I'm passing sender ID, and the sender is the user's typing, and then here I'm passing the sender ID like this. Now we're going to get into within the get project detail.ts. We are going to scroll down, and then you can see we got right here this file. I'm going to get into within the actions folder. We are going to look for actions folder, and then we're gonna get into within HTTP folder. I'm gonna get into within the project board, and then you can see we got HTTP folder, and then get project.ts, get project detail.ts. Now we're going to pass the sender ID parameter to the get project detail, and then here I'm passing you the sender ID is equal to the user ID. We're going to pass the user ID. We're going to create it, and then here user ID like this. And here we're going to pass to the user get project detail composable. We're going to pass it a user data property, and then the type is going to be login response type. I'm going to create the user data variable. I'm going to create the user ID property. And then here where we pass here, you can see we just added another parameter, which is the sender ID. I'm passing you the sender ID instead of the user ID. Yeah, you can see we pass here the sender ID. And then here I'm gonna create a variable right here, sender ID. And here you're gonna pass the user data. We're gonna pass user data, and then that user that ID like this. And then we're going to get into within the project book page, and then we are going to pass here the user data variable and pass user data like this. And then you can see that actually we got a typing error. I'm going to go back within the get project detail.ts, and then we're gonna say the type of the user data is gonna be of login response type or undefined, and pass here undefined like this. And also, guys, we are going to do another thing. We are going to listen for the user typing events. I'm going to create a function right here. Know who is typing. You can see the function is know who's typing. We pass here the name of the private channel typing, and then we are going to pass here the sender ID like this. And then you can see we are listening for the event user typing event. And then here pass here listen for which part. It is method provided by Laravel echo. And then here we are going to console the name of the user who is typing. And then I pass here right now any like this. And if we got an error, it means the user is not authenticated. We are going to redirect the user on the login page. Now we're going to call the function knows typing. We're going to pass it within the get project detail. I'm going to pass it right here. And also we just pass it there, no error. Also, we're going to create another function right here. I'm going to create another function here. I'm gonna copy it, user typing. Yeah, we are going to get into within the miniTextEditor. You can see we got a function change miniTextEditor body contents, and then I'm going to create another function here, and the name of the function is user typing. You can see this is the name of the function, and we are going to do this. I'm going to use right here, we are going to create a variable use data, and then we're gonna call the get use data function and pass it here. And then here, guys, we are going to do this. We are going to call the user typing. I'm gonna call it, and then I'm gonna pass it here. I'm going to pass it here. You can see change miniTextEditor body content, change miniTextEditor content on events. You can see this is the function. And then I'm going to call this function or pass this function inside the underscore change miniTextEditor contents on events. And on key down events is better. Change miniTextEditor content on key down and pass it on key down. Yeah, key down events, this is better. And then I'm gonna copy it and then I'm pass it here. And we got another function right here. Yeah, we should pass it here. I'm going to change again the name of the function. We're gonna pass here change miniTextEditor content on key down events or on mouse app event. Yeah, I'm gonna copy it and then we're gonna pass it here. Yeah, we got a long function, guys. And change miniTextEditor contents on key down or I'm pass here on key down or on mouse app events, and then I'm pass it here. And we are going to, and then you can see that we just pass the user typing function. We pass it inside this long function right here, this long name function. Yeah. Now we're going to broadcast the name of the user's typing within the miniTextEditor to the Joinees. And then we are going to do this and pass here y.store, and then we're gonna get access to the Joinees array that's for each and pass here for each. And then here I'm going to pass here user, and then I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna pass it within the for each function, and then here we're gonna pass here the user ID. Now we're going to replace the default name that we got within the blinking cursor component. So you can see we got John Doe. Every time we are tapping, we display John Doe. Now we're going to go back. Now we're going to go back within the miniTextEditor. And then you can see right here, we got the workers. I'm going to click on it. And then we got right here, the cursor object. We're going to pass here another property, typing user. And then I'm going to pass it. The default value is going to be empty. And then we're going to get into within the blinking cursor, and then here we're gonna pass here this. I'm going to pass here y.store and pass here y.store, and then cursor, and then that typing user like this. And then we're going to go back within the miniTextEditor, and then here we're going to pass to the y cursor the typing user. And here I'm gonna cut this, and then here I'm passing y.store, and then cursor, and then that typing user, and then we're going to pass a key to the y cursor is typing user. Now we're going to get into within the YJS.ts, guys. We're going to scroll down, and then you can see we got right here YJS.ts, and then we're going to look for init cursor. I'm gonna click on it. You can see init YJS tabs for cursor, and then you can see we got the init YJS tabs for cursor. I'm going to copy that, and then here I'm going to pass here y.store, and then cursor that typing user, and then I'm gonna copy the typing user. We're gonna pass it here like this. And also we're going to get into within the get project detail, and then I'm going to get into within ATP folder get project detail TS, and then when a user is typing within the miniTextEditor, we are going to console the user. Now, instead of consoling the user within the console, we are going to pass here y.store that cursor and then that typing user, and then is equal to event to the response right here, that name, Now we're gonna get into the browser, and then we're gonna try this. And here I'm going to open another window, guys. And then we're gonna create a mini text editor. We are going to create a mini text editor, and I'm gonna close that. And then you can see this is a mini text editor. I'm going to pass here something hello world. And then here you can see we got hello world right here. And then if I pass here my cursor, you can see that actually you can know who's typing within a mini text editor. I'm passing something like I would like to inform you. Pass inform you. Yeah, you can see. And then we got I would like to inform you. And then I'm pass you about the upcoming video. Passive video. And then you can see we got right here we know the name of the user's typing. You can see if I get into within the second window and then I continue what the first user was writing, and then here and I say this is the title, and then you can see we just broadcast the name of the user's typing. You can see I'm gonna move my cursor a little bit. I'm gonna move right here. You can see we got iJumbo within the second window. If I get into within the second window, I pass here the cursor. You can see the name change automatically. All right, guys, now we're going to change this default value that we got on the mouse. So you can see we got the default value is Elizabeth. Now we're going to get into within the YDoc store, and then you can see we got the mouse position. Yeah, mouse position is an object. We are going to add another property, which is the username, and then I'm pass it an empty value. Now we're going to get into within the project board page, and then you can see we got a composable right here, use share user case. So I'm gonna get in, and then we're going to pass it a property use data, and then the type is login response type. Yeah, we're gonna say it can be undefined, and then here we're going to create a constant username. I'm gonna pass here username, and then here we're going to say user data that user that name like this, and here we are going to pass to the username property the username variable that we just created. And then here I'm gonna copy this, and then we'll pass here username, and then we are going to pass here is equal to the username variable, and then here I'm gonna assert it as a string to remove the typing error. And also we're gonna pass it to the Y mouse, and then here I'm pass here the property username. We're gonna set we are going to set a key within the Y mouse. And then here we are going to pass here the username property. Now we are going to get into within the YGist.ts, and then you can see a function right here in its cursor. You can see a function in its cursor, in its mouse. I'm gonna click on in its mouse, and then here we are going to pass here the username within the observe function, and then I pass here username. And then here we are going to get the username. Yeah, username like this. And here is a string. Yeah, like this. Now we're going to go back within the project board page. I'm not getting. You can see we get a component right here. We have a component here. At the bottom, you can see we got user cursor. We are going to get into within the user cursor component. We are going to pass here a property user data. I'm passing user data. And then I'm going to create a constant right here. Username is props that here we're gonna pass here that user data, and then that name like this. And then here we are going to type the user data as login response type, and also it can be undefined. And pass here undefined, and then here we're gonna pass here the name like this. Now we are going to pass here the username. We are going to use the YDoc store, and then here I'm going to pass here something. We're gonna pass here the mouse position, and then that you can see that I just created right here a constant username, and then we are going to use this username constant in order to make a check, because we are not going to show the user cursor component within the current window. Yeah, you're gonna understand it. And then I'm gonna pass it first here, the condition, and then you're gonna see the importance of this condition. And here I'm going to do this. I'm gonna pass here while store. Here I'm gonna check the value that we got within the mouse position. That username is equal to the username variable. If the value that we got within the user property inside the mouse position object is equal to the username variable, we are going to hide this component and pass here false, else true, like this. Now we're going to go back within the project page, and then we're going to pass it here. We're going to pass a prop to the property user data to the user case. I'm going to do this. And then we're going to remove the error. Everything is okay right now. Now we're going to get into the browser, guys, and then we are going to check. And here I'm going to refresh the page, and then here I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it here, and then we're gonna try to see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna refresh this page, and then you can see we got a mouse. Within the new incognito window, within our second window, which is at the right, we are moving something. If I create right here the sticky note, and you can see that actually we don't display the red arrow. We don't display the name of the users moving the cursor within the current window. You can see if I move within the first window at the left, you can see right here we don't display the name. You can see. If I create right here a mini text editor, and then you can see at the left we don't got the red cursor, we don't got the red icon, but at the right we got the red icon. You can see. And this is the end of our tutorial, guys, and I see you in the next one.